Get comfortable, turn the lights down, let your shoulders drop away from your ears. Because for the next few hours, we are going to sit with something genuinely strange. Something that lives in the gaps of a cartoon that has been running since before most of its current audience could form sentences. Something that the writers put in and moved past, that the characters experienced and forgot, that the audience laughed at and dismissed, and that the real world eventually confirmed. The Simpsons has been on the air since the 17th of December 1989, 36 seasons, nearly 800 episodes. It is the longest-running animated series in American history, the longest-running primetime scripted show, the longest-running sitcom. It has outlasted governments, trends, technologies, entire cultural movements, and several of its own cast members. And in all that time, this show put things into the world. Quiet things. Observations buried inside jokes, warnings dressed up as punchlines, patterns hidden inside what everyone assumed was just satire for satire's sake. Some of those things came true. Some came true so precisely, so specifically, that even the people who made the show have paused and gone quiet when asked about it. Tonight, we are going to go through all of it. Every prediction, every warning, every moment where a cartoon about a yellow family in an impossible town looked at the world and saw something the rest of us were not ready to see yet. This is not a list of coincidences. This is something deeper than that. This is a portrait of a show that, for 36 years and counting, has been describing the world we live in. And tonight, in the quiet, you are going to hear it all. Section 1. The predictions nobody noticed in time. There is a particular feeling that comes over you the first time a Simpsons clip goes viral for predicting something. A kind of low-level unease that you cannot quite name. It is not fear exactly. It is more like the feeling of finding an old photograph where someone in the background is doing something that should not be possible. The image was always there. Nobody noticed until now. That feeling is the starting point for everything we are going to discuss tonight. Because the most interesting thing about The Simpsons predictions is not the predictions themselves. It is the pattern of how they went unnoticed. How they sat inside episodes that millions of people watched, laughed at, and moved on from. How they lived in the archive for years or decades before the world caught up to them. How the gap between the joke and the reality is always, in retrospect, shorter than it should have been. Let us begin with the ones that started the conversation. The ones that first made people look at this show differently. The year 2000. The episode is called Bart to the Future. It is not considered one of the show's great episodes. It is a Bart-centric story built around a vision of his future self. A washed-up musician living in Las Vegas, struggling to mooch off his sister who has somehow become the most powerful person in the country. The episode is mostly played for laughs. The future version of Springfield is run down. The future version of Bart is predictably irresponsible. But near the beginning of the episode, there is a single throwaway line. Lisa, now the President of the United States, refers to the budget crisis she has inherited from her predecessor, and her predecessor is identified, briefly and without fanfare, as Donald Trump. The episode aired in the spring of 2000. Trump would not announce his first serious campaign for the presidency until 2015. He would not win the White House until 2016. Between the episode and the reality, 16 years passed. And in all that time, the clip sat in the archive, largely unremarked upon, waiting. When it surfaced in 2016, the world did not quite know what to do with it. The initial reaction was mostly amusement. The internet treated it as a curiosity, a funny coincidence, the kind of thing you share with a caption like, "They knew." But the more people looked at it, the more the amusement curdled into something else. Because the show had not just guessed that Trump might become president. It had placed him in the specific context of celebrity turned politician, had understood the cultural logic that would make such a thing possible, had seen the shape of the thing 16 years before it took form. Writer Dan Greaney, who worked on that episode, later said the writers had intended it as a cautionary tale. A warning about where the worship of celebrity and wealth as proxies for competence was taking American culture. They had not predicted the future. They had diagnosed the present and drawn a straight line forward, and the straight line led somewhere none of them expected to actually arrive. That distinction matters enormously, and we will return to it. But for now, the point is this. The Simpsons did not stumble into the Trump presidency by accident. The writers saw something in the culture in the year 2000 that most of the country was not ready to take seriously. They saw it, they wrote it down, they buried it in a joke about Bart's lazy future, and then they moved on. Now let us talk about Siegfried and Roy. In 1993, the show aired an episode featuring a Vegas magic duo clearly modeled on the real-life performers Siegfried and Roy, the famous illusionists known for their spectacular stage show involving large exotic animals. In the Simpsons version, one of the performers is attacked on stage by one of the act's white tigers. The audience at first mistakes the attack for part of the show. The performer is seriously injured. In 2003, 10 years after the episode aired, Roy Horn was critically mauled by a white tiger during a live performance. The show had depicted in almost precise detail the manner and the context of an attack that would not happen for another decade. The animal was white. The context was a stage performance. The audience initially misread what was happening. The parallels were not vague. They were specific enough that journalists and fans both noticed immediately. Was it prediction? Was it coincidence? The honest answer, as we will explore throughout this script, is probably neither, and that is actually the more interesting answer. The writers of The Simpsons were not psychics. They were observers. They understood that performing with apex predators created a specific and non-negligible risk profile, and they wrote a story that dramatized that risk. The risk materialized. And when it did, the episode was waiting. There is something important here about the nature of these moments. The show was not wrong about the world. The show was right about the world in ways the world was not ready to acknowledge. The gap between the episode and the event is not a gap between fiction and reality. It is a gap between recognition and denial. Now let us talk about the smartwatch. In 1995, the episode Lisa's Wedding flashes forward to the year 2010. It is a beautifully constructed episode, one of the show's most emotionally resonant, built around a visit to a Renaissance fair where a fortune teller shows Lisa a vision of her future love life. But threaded through the future set sequences are details about the world of 2010 that the show imagined from the vantage point of 1995. Among them, a wrist-mounted communication device, a small screen worn on the arm that the characters use to make calls and send messages. The Apple Watch would not launch until 2015. The category of smartwatch as a consumer product would not become mainstream until the early 2010s. But there it was, in 1995, drawn into the background of a cartoon, a device that the show simply assumed would exist because the direction of technology made it obvious if you were paying attention. The same episode contains a two-way video call conducted over what appears to be a home screen. Not a television, a personal handheld screen. FaceTime, Zoom, every video calling platform we now take completely for granted. All of it depicted in 1995 as a normal feature of domestic life in 2010. And here we arrive at the first layer of the pattern. The show was not guessing randomly. The show was staffed by people who read widely, thought carefully, and had a specific and disciplined habit of asking, if this trend continues, where does it go? That is all the predictions are, really. The output of careful observation applied consistently over a very long time. But then there are the ones that do not fit that explanation quite so neatly. In 1998, the show aired an episode in which Homer, wandering through what appears to be his own brain, stumbles across a mathematical equation written on a chalkboard. The equation, according to a physicist who analyzed the episode later, is a prediction of the mass of the Higgs boson particle. The Higgs boson, sometimes called the God particle, is a fundamental component of the standard model of particle physics. Its existence had been theorized for decades. Its actual mass would not be experimentally confirmed until 2012, when the Large Hadron Collider at CERN produced the first definitive measurements. The equation in the Simpsons episode predicts a mass value that is remarkably close to the confirmed figure. The episode aired 14 years before the measurement was made. The writer responsible was David X. Cohen, who holds advanced degrees in mathematics and computer science. He was not guessing. He was working from theoretical physics, extrapolating from the best models available in 1998, and he happened to land within striking distance of the correct answer. This is not the supernatural. This is expertise. This is what happens when you staff a comedy writer's room with people who have genuine depth in mathematics, science, political science, economics, and cultural theory. You get jokes that are also predictions. You get punchlines that are also warnings. You get a show that looks, in retrospect, like prophecy, because the people making it were genuinely, rigorously paying attention. In 1999, Homer, during one of his more philosophically meandering moments, proposes a theory about the shape of the universe. He suggests, with the kind of casual confidence that Homer brings to everything he does not understand, that the universe might be donut-shaped. In the language of mathematics, a torus, the joke is that Homer is thinking about donuts. The background detail, the one that makes physicists smile, is that years later, cosmologists would examine patterns in cosmic microwave background radiation and propose seriously that the universe might indeed have a toroidal topology. Homer's donut cosmology is not confirmed science, but it is not as absurd as the show made it seem. What makes this particular moment interesting is that it illustrates something essential about how the predictions work. The joke is always the vehicle. The actual content, the observation, the idea, the detail that will eventually seem prophetic is always in the background. You are meant to laugh at Homer thinking about donuts while theorizing about the universe. You are not meant to think seriously about the topology of space-time. But someone in the writer's room did think seriously about it. They put it in. They wrapped it in a Homer joke so it would pass through the audience's defenses. And then they moved on. That structure, the serious idea wrapped in a comedy delivery system, is the key to understanding everything the show was doing with its predictions. The Simpsons has always been two shows simultaneously. The Surface Show, which is a broad, warm, funny cartoon about a dysfunctional family in a ridiculous town, and the other show, which is a sustained, decades-long commentary on American life, American culture, American politics, and American futures, delivered through the mouth of a man who once put a crayon in his own brain. The Disney and Fox merger is another one that stops people in their tracks. In 1998, the show aired a joke in which a fictional megacorporation has absorbed 20th Century Fox. The caption reads something to the effect of a division of some enormous parent company. The joke was that corporate consolidation was proceeding to its logical extreme. Fox, the network that aired The Simpsons, being gobbled up by something even larger. In 2019, the Walt Disney Company completed its acquisition of 21st Century Fox for approximately $71 billion. The Simpsons, a Fox property, became part of the Disney empire. The show that had made the joke became the punchline, and in the process, it validated something the writers had seen coming 2 decades earlier, that the direction of media consolidation pointed toward a world in which a handful of enormous entities would own everything, and that the specific entity best positioned to continue accumulating was the one with the most powerful mythology, the most beloved characters, the most defensible cultural real estate. Disney buying Fox was not a surprise to anyone who had been watching the trajectory of corporate media with clear eyes. The Simpsons had been watching with very clear eyes since at least 1998. Then there is the autocorrect episode. In 1994, the show aired a sequence in which a character attempts to use an early personal digital assistant. The device misinterprets handwriting and produces a memorably absurd error. The intended phrase is something like "beat up Martin." The device renders it as something else entirely, something that makes no sense but sounds vaguely similar. The scene was written as a specific jab at the Newton, Apple's early and troubled PDA, which had notoriously poor handwriting recognition. What the writers could not have anticipated is that this scene would become one of the most precise previews of the autocorrect experience that would define mobile communication a decade later. Every person who has ever sent a text message that said something they did not intend, every person who has typed a word and watched their phone replace it with something baffling, every person who has had to follow a message with "ignore autocorrect" has lived the experience that The Simpsons dramatized in 1994 as a joke about bad technology. The autocorrect prediction works on a different level than the others, because it is not about a specific event. It is about a texture of experience. The show understood that as technology tried to predict human intent and failed, it would create a specific kind of comedy and frustration that would become universally shared. They got the shape of it right a decade before the experience became universal. Now we reach the Cypress Hill and the London Symphony Orchestra. This is the one that, if anything, has strengthened the reputation of The Simpsons as some kind of cultural oracle. Because this one is so specific, so granular, so devoid of any obvious cultural logic that it should not have happened, and yet it did. In 1996, the episode Homer Palooza features a festival sequence in which Cypress Hill, the hip-hop group, performs. During the episode, through a series of absurd miscommunications, Cypress Hill ends up sharing a stage with the London Symphony Orchestra. The joke is about the absurdity of the combination, a rap group and a classical orchestra. The mix is played as pure comedic chaos. In 2024, 28 years after the episode aired, Cypress Hill performed with the London Symphony Orchestra at the Royal Albert Hall, live, on stage. It actually happened. Not as a callback to the Simpsons episode, not as a deliberate tribute. It happened because a member of Cypress Hill had long wanted to do it, and eventually the opportunity arose. 28 years. The gap between the joke and the reality is longer here than almost anywhere else in the show's predictive history. And yet the prediction is the most specific of all of them. Not a general trend extrapolated forward. Not a warning about the direction of technology or politics. A specific event involving specific people, 28 years before the event occurred. There is no rational explanation for the Cypress Hill moment. The writers were not analyzing trends in classical hip-hop collaboration. They were not tracking the career of Cypress Hill's members. They wrote a joke about a funny combination of things, and then, nearly 3 decades later, that exact combination of things occurred in reality. This is the moment where the explanations start to feel slightly inadequate. Not because anything supernatural is happening, but because the sheer volume and specificity of the show's accurate observations begins to produce a cumulative effect that rational explanation, however valid, somehow does not fully satisfy. And that cumulative effect is what we are here to sit with tonight. Not to explain, not to explain away, but to really, genuinely sit with, to allow the weight of it to settle. Because when you lay them all out, when you put every confirmed prediction and every accurate warning in sequence, what you see is not a series of lucky guesses. What you see is a portrait of a creative team that looked at the world with extraordinary clarity over an extraordinary period of time and left behind an extraordinary record of what they saw. The question that drives the rest of this script is, what else did they see? What warnings did they bury in the jokes that the world has not caught up to yet? What did they put into the archive that is waiting, right now, for the moment when the reality finally arrives? Because based on the track record, there will be more. There always have been. The show keeps running, the archive keeps growing, and the world keeps moving toward things that The Simpsons, somewhere in its 800 episodes, already described. The predictions nobody noticed in time are just the beginning. They are the proof of concept. They establish that this show was doing something real, something disciplined, something worth paying close attention to. And once you accept that, you can start looking at the rest of it differently. The jokes that have not yet come true, the warnings that are still waiting, the observations that are still sitting in the archive, accurate and unnoticed, waiting for the world to catch up. We are going to spend the next few hours with all of them. All the ones that already came true and all the ones that might still be coming. Settle in. You are in good hands, and the world outside can wait. Before we continue, drop a comment below telling us what time it is where you are and what part of the world you are watching from. And if you are finding this interesting, hitting subscribe takes about 2 seconds and it means a lot. Now, let us keep going. Section 2. The nuclear warning hiding in plain sight. There is a specific kind of warning that is most effective when it is delivered so casually, so matter-of-factly, that the audience does not register it as a warning at all. When it is woven so deeply into the fabric of the normal, the routine, the backdrop of everyday life, that it becomes invisible through familiarity. The Simpsons has been delivering exactly this kind of warning about nuclear power and nuclear risk for 36 years. And the most remarkable thing about it is not the specific details, which are genuinely alarming when you lay them out carefully. The most remarkable thing is how thoroughly the show normalized them, how it trained its audience, season by season, to see a leaking, crumbling, catastrophically underregulated nuclear facility as part of the furniture, as background, as the kind of thing you simply accept about the place where you live. That normalization is itself the warning. and it is one of the most accurate things the show has ever depicted about the real relationship between communities and the industrial infrastructure that powers them. Let us start with what the show tells us about the Springfield nuclear power plant as a physical facility. The plant is a 2-unit pressurized water reactor owned and operated by Charles Montgomery Burns. It is the primary electrical power source for the entire town, and from the very first seasons of the show, it is depicted as a facility operating in a state of profound, systemic, ongoing failure. A safety inspection during the early seasons finds 342 violations. This is not a throwaway number. 342 documented safety failures at a single nuclear facility is a figure that, in the real world, would trigger immediate federal intervention, mandatory shutdown, criminal investigation. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission in the United States maintains strict protocols for exactly this kind of situation. A facility with that many documented violations would not be operating. It would be sealed. In Springfield, the response to 342 violations is that Burns briefly considers addressing some of them, calculates the cost, and decides to continue as before. The estimated cost to bring the plant up to code in the episode is $56 million. Burns declines to spend it. The plant remains operational. The violations remain unaddressed. And the town continues drinking the water, breathing the air, and living in the shadow of a facility that is, by every reasonable standard, a catastrophe waiting to become a catastrophe. Now, here is the part that makes this feel less like cartoon satire and more like documentary observation. In 2011, the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear disaster occurred in Japan. The immediate cause was a tsunami that overwhelmed the plant's backup power systems. But the investigation that followed revealed something that people who had been watching The Simpsons for 20 years found uncomfortably familiar. The disaster was not just the result of an unexpected natural event. It was the result of accumulated decisions, accumulated compromises, accumulated moments where the cost of full compliance was weighed against the cost of continued operation, and the decision was made to continue operating. Japanese investigators later described Fukushima as a man-made disaster. The phrase they used was that it was the result of collusion between the government, the regulator, and the operator. The plant's operator had underestimated tsunami risk. Regulators had not pushed back forcefully enough. The government had allowed a system of comfortable relationships to develop between the parties that were supposed to be in an adversarial oversight relationship. The Springfield nuclear power plant is a 36-year dramatization of exactly this dynamic. Burns is the operator who underinvests in safety. The regulators who appear in the show are ineffectual, easily confused, easily distracted, and in at least one memorable instance, literally asleep during an inspection. The government, in the form of Mayor Quimby and the various municipal authorities, is too economically dependent on Burns to challenge him meaningfully. The triangle of collusion that Japanese investigators identified as the structural cause of Fukushima is the triangle the Simpsons had been drawing since 1989. And then there is Homer. Homer Simpson is, within the logic of the show, the safety inspector responsible for preventing the plant from killing everyone. He is the human barrier between 342 safety violations and the town that lives downwind. And he is, by any metric the show provides, catastrophically unsuited to this role. The show's creator has stated that Homer's IQ is approximately 55. He sleeps at his workstation. He has triggered safety alarms through acts of stunning carelessness. He has, on at least one occasion, caused a near meltdown by throwing a donut into the reactor to see what would happen. The joke is obvious. The man responsible for nuclear safety is the least safety-conscious person in Springfield. It is absurdist, it is funny, and it functions as comedy because we accept it as an exaggeration so extreme that it could not possibly reflect reality. Except that it does reflect reality. Not in the specific details, obviously. Real nuclear facilities do not employ people with IQs of 55. But the underlying logic, the logic that says the human factor in nuclear safety is the most dangerous and least controllable variable, is not a cartoon exaggeration. It is the central finding of almost every major nuclear incident investigation. The 3 Mile Island accident in 1979, the most serious nuclear incident in American history prior to Fukushima, was fundamentally a failure of human operators to correctly interpret instrument readings and respond appropriately. The operators were not incompetent people. They were trained professionals working with the tools available to them. But the combination of instrument design, training gaps, and cognitive factors in a high-stress emergency situation produced a series of decisions that brought the facility very close to a full meltdown. Chernobyl in 1986 was a catastrophic combination of a flawed reactor design and a series of human decisions, made during a safety test that removed the safeguards designed to prevent exactly the kind of runaway reaction that occurred. The operators were not saboteurs. They were following a test protocol, making judgment calls under time pressure, in a facility that had systemic design flaws they were not fully informed about. In both cases, the human factor was central. The training gaps, the cognitive limitations, the organizational pressures that pushed workers to make decisions that they might have made differently with more time, more information, or fewer competing pressures. Homer, sleeping at his workstation with a donut in one hand, is an absurd figure, but the thing he represents, the degradation of the human safety layer through neglect, through inadequate screening, through the prioritization of labor costs over competence, is real. And the show has been dramatizing it, episode after episode, for 36 years. When German investors purchase the plant briefly during one memorable episode, the first thing they do is fire Homer. The second thing they do is assess the cost of bringing the facility into compliance, and nearly go bankrupt from the estimate. Burns buys the plant back and immediately rehires Homer. The episode presents this as a comedy about Burns's unshakable frugality. But the structural insight is precise. A fully compliant nuclear facility with qualified safety personnel is economically unviable under Burns's ownership model. Homer's incompetence is not incidental to the plant's operation. It is load-bearing. The plant functions as a profitable enterprise specifically because corners are cut, and the most important corner, the human safety layer, is embodied by a man who cannot stay awake during a meltdown warning. Now let us talk about Blinky, the three-eyed fish. Blinky appears in the second season of the show. He is pulled from a river near the nuclear power plant and immediately becomes local news. A fish with 3 eyes. A fish displaying a visible, undeniable physical mutation that can be attributed to only one thing: the radioactive contamination of the water supply downstream from the plant. Blinky becomes a political symbol. A gubernatorial candidate uses him as evidence of environmental negligence. Burns is eventually compelled to eat the fish on live television to demonstrate that it is harmless. The town watches. The town moves on. The fish goes back to being a background joke. In 2011, after the Fukushima disaster, fishermen working in waters near the facility began pulling up fish with unusual characteristics. The Japanese government implemented strict testing protocols. Fish caught near the exclusion zone were found to contain elevated levels of cesium-137 and other radioactive isotopes. Fishing was restricted or banned in certain areas for years. The contamination of the ocean around the facility became one of the most significant and long-running environmental consequences of the disaster. In 2013, a fisherman in Argentina, in a river near a town called Villa del Rosario, pulled up a fish with an unusual characteristic. It had an extra eye. The fish was near a plant that had a documented history of discharging water that failed environmental standards. Local environmental groups cited it as evidence of ongoing contamination. The story went global briefly. Scientists were cautious, noting that natural mutations occur and that a single instance does not establish a pattern. But the symbolism was not lost on anyone who had been watching The Simpsons. Blinky is not a prediction of a specific event. Blinky is a prediction of a category of event, the visible, undeniable, physically manifested consequence of nuclear contamination in a living ecosystem, and the community response of briefly acknowledging the evidence and then proceeding as before. That category of event has occurred multiple times, in multiple locations, near multiple nuclear facilities around the world. The pattern Blinky represents is real. The community response Blinky represents, the moment of alarm, followed by explanation, followed by reassurance, followed by normalcy, is real. And the show depicted it, and its aftermath, with uncomfortable accuracy in 1990. Now let us talk about the dome. In the Simpsons movie, released in 2007, the Environmental Protection Agency determines that Springfield's pollution has reached a level so catastrophic that the only viable solution is to seal the entire town under an enormous glass dome. The The justification is that the contamination inside Springfield poses a threat to the surrounding environment and must be contained. The town is physically quarantined by the federal government. The scene is played for broad comedy. President Schwarzenegger, depicted in the film as an almost comically disengaged executive, approves the dome, barely glancing at the proposal. The EPA administrator, Russ Cargill, is a maniacal bureaucrat who seems almost gleeful about the opportunity to contain Springfield. The comedy is thick and obvious, but underneath the comedy, the Simpsons movie depicts something that in 2007 was still largely the domain of disaster fiction: the government quarantine of a contaminated zone. The Fukushima exclusion zone, established in March 2011 after the disaster, covers an area of approximately 370 square kilometers around the plant. Within this zone, residence is prohibited. Entry requires authorization. The area has been, for all practical purposes, a sealed zone, precisely the concept that the Simpsons movie dramatized 4 years before it became a real thing in the real world. The show did not predict Fukushima specifically, but it predicted the mechanism: that a community living near a catastrophically mismanaged nuclear facility might eventually reach a point where the contamination was severe enough to require physical quarantine. It depicted this as absurd comedy. The real-world version was not absurd at all. In 2019, the area around the Chernobyl plant, in what is now Ukraine, was formally constituted as a tourist destination, the Chernobyl Exclusion Zone. Guided tours became available. The area had become, in a dark and complicated way, a kind of attraction, a sealed zone that people paid to enter and then leave. There is a specific, strange irony in comparing the Springfield dome, which people desperately wanted to escape, to Chernobyl, which people voluntarily chose to enter. But both are expressions of the same underlying reality: that a nuclear disaster creates a geography of contamination that persists for decades, that reshapes the relationship between a community and its landscape, and that ultimately transforms the place itself into something that cannot be fully separated from what happened there. The show has been exploring this geography since its first episode. Springfield is a town that cannot be separated from its nuclear facility. The plant is not just background scenery. It is the economic engine of the community, the employer of a significant portion of the population, the source of the electricity that powers every home, and, within the logic of the show's darker theories, the source of the contamination that has altered every living thing in town. That is not just a cartoon setting. That is the reality of dozens of communities around the world. Towns whose economies are built around nuclear plants, coal plants, oil refineries, chemical facilities, that cannot afford, economically or psychologically, to fully reckon with what those facilities are doing to the people who live next to them. The show knows this. It has always known this. It has been depicting it for 36 years as comedy, as satire, as the background to Homer's adventures, and in doing so, it has been one of the most sustained and accurate commentaries on the relationship between industrial infrastructure and community health in the history of American entertainment. The nuclear warning in The Simpsons is not buried. It is not hidden. It is on screen in almost every episode that involves the plant, which is to say, a significant majority of episodes across 36 seasons. It is just that the warning is delivered at such a low volume, over such a long time, wrapped in so many jokes, that it slides past the part of the brain that registers things as warnings. Which is, of course, how real warnings work. The three-eyed fish is always there. The cracked cooling tower is always in the background. Homer is always falling asleep at the controls. And the town is always moving on, shrugging, forgetting, choosing the comfortable explanation over the one that would require them to look at the plant and ask the question they cannot afford to ask. In real communities near real nuclear facilities, this dynamic has played out with documentable precision. Studies of communities near nuclear plants have consistently found patterns of what researchers call institutional trust management, meaning that residents who are economically dependent on the plant tend to maintain higher levels of trust in the plant operator and lower levels of concern about plant safety than would be predicted by objective risk assessments alone. The economic dependency shapes the perception. The paycheck from the plant influences the willingness to ask hard questions about the plant. Homer gets his paycheck from Burns. Homer never asks hard questions about Burns. The show presents this as a joke about Homer's simplicity. It is also a documentary about how economic dependency suppresses environmental concern in communities that cannot afford to bite the hand that powers their lights. The Simpsons nuclear warning has been running for 36 years. Every episode with a view of the plant in the background is part of it. Every Homer safety failure is part of it. Every Blinky is part of it. Every moment where the town briefly acknowledges the obvious and then moves on is part of it. It is the longest, quietest, most consistent warning in the history of American television, and it is still running. Section 3. The Economic Prophecies: Wall Street, Housing, and Debt. There is an episode of The Simpsons that aired in 2008. It is called Homer and Lisa Exchange Crosswords. It is primarily a story about a crossword puzzle competition. It is not an episode that gets cited frequently when people discuss the show's great achievements. But in the background of that episode, woven into the texture of Springfield's economic life, are details about housing prices, foreclosures, and financial instability that mirror almost exactly the conditions of the 2008 financial crisis that was, at the time of the episode's production, just beginning to manifest. The show did not predict the financial crisis. The financial crisis was already happening when the episode was written. But the fact that the writers processed it quickly enough to incorporate it accurately into a background detail of an episode about crossword puzzles tells you something about the quality of attention the show brought to economic reality. The Simpsons has always been, at its core, an economic story. Homer and Marge are a working-class family. They are always slightly behind on the bills, always stretched thin, always one unexpected expense away from genuine crisis. This is not a character choice made for comedy purposes. It is an accurate portrait of the economic reality facing American working-class families across the entire run of the show. And because the show has been running for 36 years, it has been an economic portrait for 36 years of American economic history, including several of the most significant economic events in modern American life. Let us begin with the housing market. The Simpsons family home at 742 Evergreen Terrace has been the setting for some of the show's most economically revealing storylines. In episodes across the show's run, the family home is repeatedly used as collateral for loans, remortgaged to fund various misadventures, temporarily lost and then recovered, and serves as a constant source of financial anxiety. The Simpsons are never quite secure in their ownership of their home. There is always some risk, some creditor, some moment where the house is more liability than asset. This pattern was extremely familiar to the millions of American families who found themselves in genuinely precarious housing situations during the first decade of the 2000s. The subprime mortgage crisis, which culminated in the financial crash of 2008, was built on a foundation of exactly this kind of precarity. Families who had been sold mortgages they could not sustainably afford, who had been told that rising home values would protect them, who had remortgaged their homes to access the apparent equity, and who found themselves underwater when the market collapsed. The show did not engineer this parallel deliberately. The Simpsons family's perpetual housing anxiety was not a prediction of the subprime crisis. It was a reflection of the underlying economic reality that made the subprime crisis possible, the reality that for many American working-class families, homeownership is experienced not as security but as a high-stakes gamble, a monthly commitment to a financial institution that can end at any moment with a letter from a bank. But the show did do something more specifically accurate than just capturing this general anxiety. In the late 1990s, as the dot-com bubble was inflating, the show ran storylines in which Homer and various Springfield residents became briefly caught up in get-rich-quick investment schemes. Homer makes and loses enormous sums in the stock market within the span of a single episode. The pattern is always the same: enthusiasm, investment, brief apparent success, sudden and total collapse. Homer is left where he started, sometimes worse. The dot-com bubble burst in 2000. Millions of ordinary Americans who had been drawn into the stock market by the apparent ease of the 1990s bull run saw their portfolios collapse. The pattern of ordinary person investment enthusiasm, followed by catastrophic loss, followed by a return to baseline economic reality, is exactly the pattern The Simpsons had been depicting in comic form throughout the preceding years. Then there is the 2008 crisis itself. An episode from 2010, several seasons after the immediate crash, depicts Springfield residents dealing with foreclosed homes, underwater mortgages, and the aftermath of a housing bubble. The visual comedy of the episode, which includes images of neighborhoods full of for sale signs and empty houses, is a direct reflection of what many American communities looked like in 2009 and 2010. The show processed the crisis and turned it into the background detail of a Springfield storyline with a speed and accuracy that more ostensibly serious economic commentators struggled to match. But let us go further back, because the show's economic prescience did not begin with the housing crisis. In a 1989 episode, very early in the show's run, Homer is depicted as being paid an annual salary that, adjusted for inflation to the present day, is significantly lower in real terms than it would have been for a comparable position in the actual 1980s nuclear industry. This was not a mistake. It was an observation. The show was, from its earliest episodes, depicting the hollowing out of working-class wages as a background fact of Springfield life. Homer works hard. Homer is technically skilled in his own limited way. Homer has a house, a car, 3 children, and a wife who does not work outside the home. And Homer is perpetually, structurally broke. The economic model of the show, where full-time skilled employment in a major industrial facility is insufficient to provide genuine financial security for a family of 5, reflects a real trend in American wages that economists have documented extensively. Real wages for non-supervisory workers in the United States have been largely stagnant since the 1970s. The dream of the single-income family with a house and children and comfortable middle-class life, the dream that Homer represents, has become increasingly unreachable for the actual working class that Homer represents. The show has been documenting the gap between the dream and the economic reality for 36 years. Every time Marge has to balance the household budget with insufficient funds, every time Homer's paycheck runs out before the end of the month, every time the family has to choose between 2 things they need and can afford only one. The Simpsons is a running chronicle of what has happened to working-class economic life in America over the past 4 decades. And the record is not flattering. Now let us talk about corporate America, because Burns is not just a character. Burns is an economic institution. He is the embodiment of a specific kind of American capitalism that the show identified, named, and satirized before the language to describe it in mainstream discourse had fully developed. Burns operates a monopoly. He is the sole power provider for all of Springfield. He uses this monopoly position to extract maximum rents from the community, to suppress wages, to evade regulation, and to maintain his economic dominance over every aspect of town life. In episodes across the show's run, he has attempted to block out the sun to force energy dependency, acquired competitors to eliminate them, lobbied politicians to prevent oversight, and used the legal and financial resources at his disposal to make himself effectively above the law. In the language that economists and commentators would develop in the 2010s to describe the actual economic dynamics of technology monopolies and platform companies, Burns is a rent seeker. He is not creating value. He is extracting it. He controls infrastructure that others need to live their lives, and he uses that control to extract payment while investing as little as possible in maintaining the quality of the infrastructure or the well-being of the people who depend on it. This model, which was presented as an extreme satire of corporate behavior in the early seasons of the show, has become, in the past decade, the standard business model of some of the largest and most valuable companies in the world. Platform companies that control the infrastructure of digital communication, commerce, and information. Energy companies that control utility monopolies in specific markets. Healthcare companies that control access to necessary treatments. The rent-seeking logic that Burns represents, the logic of owning the thing everyone needs and setting the price at whatever the market will bear, is not a cartoon exaggeration anymore. There is an episode in which Burns briefly considers going into the business of selling a product that he can offer cheaply to undercut all competitors. Not because he wants to be in that business, but because he can. Because his existing wealth and infrastructure give him the ability to absorb losses that would destroy any competitor. The episode plays this as a villain plot, a temporary scheme that Burns abandons when something more immediately interesting captures his attention. Amazon's strategy in its early years absorbing losses in category after category while using the leverage of its infrastructure and its investors' patience to undercut competitors and establish dominant market positions, is a real-world version of exactly this dynamic. The episode aired years before Amazon became the dominant force in retail. The logic was already there. In Burns, in Springfield, on Sunday nights. The show has also depicted, with notable accuracy, the relationship between extreme wealth and the political system. Burns buys politicians. He funds campaigns, calls in favors, and uses the leverage of the jobs and the electricity he provides to Springfield to maintain a cordial relationship with every elected official in the area. None of them openly challenge him. All of them find ways to be helpful to him when helpfulness is required. The Citizens United decision, issued by the Supreme Court in 2010, formally established that corporations and wealthy individuals could contribute unlimited funds to political causes. The decision transformed the already significant role of money in American politics into something qualitatively different, a system in which the wealthy could apply financial pressure to political outcomes at a scale that made individual voter preferences structurally secondary. The Simpsons had been depicting this dynamic for 20 years before Citizens United. Burns's relationship with Springfield's political class is not a prediction of Citizens United. It is a portrait of a dynamic that has always existed in American political life, that the show identified and depicted as a central feature of Springfield's reality, and that a landmark Supreme Court decision eventually formalized in law. Then there is the episode in which the Springfield economy collapses entirely because Burns briefly withdraws his investment. In the episode, Burns takes his money out of the local economy as an act of spite. The consequences cascade immediately. Businesses close, unemployment rises, the town enters a spiral of economic deterioration that the residents are essentially powerless to stop. The message is blunt. A single, powerful economic actor can hold a community hostage. This dynamic, sometimes called the company-town effect, is real and historically documented. Communities built around single, large employers have historically been extraordinarily vulnerable to decisions made by those employers. Steel towns in the Rust Belt, mining communities, manufacturing towns where a single factory provides a majority of local employment. When the anchor employer leaves or closes or reduces its workforce, the community's economic structure collapses in ways that are very difficult to reverse. The Simpsons has been depicting this structural vulnerability for 36 years. Springfield is a company town. Burns is the company. And the town's inability to challenge Burns, its collective decision to accommodate his demands, its willingness to overlook the environmental violations and the safety failures and the political corruption, is not irrational. It is the rational response of a community that understands, at some level, that the alternative to accommodating Burns is economic collapse. That is not satire, that is economics. The show also predicted, with quiet accuracy, the rise of the gig economy and the proliferation of contingent work. Homer has held, across the show's run, well over 200 distinct jobs. He has been a food critic, a movie producer, a snowplow operator, a country music manager, an astronaut, a professional wrestler, a bodyguard, and dozens of other things. He dips into new employment constantly, stays briefly, and then returns to the power plant or moves on to something else. In 1989, when the show began, this kind of job volatility was unusual. The model of long-term employment with a single employer, the job-for-life model, was still the dominant template. By 2024, the gig economy had made Homer's career trajectory not unusual but increasingly normal. Americans are now more likely than ever to work multiple jobs, change employers frequently, participate in freelance or contract work, and experience the kind of career volatility that The Simpsons depicted as Homer's comic quirk. Homer's 100 jobs was a joke. The economic conditions that produced the gig economy turned it into a description. The Simpsons has never been a show about economics in any direct or explicit sense. It is a comedy about a family. But the economic subtext has always been there, running beneath the surface, patient and accurate, depicting the actual conditions of working-class American life, with a fidelity that more explicitly economic media has often failed to match. The housing anxiety, the wage stagnation, the corporate monopoly, the political corruption, the structural vulnerability of the company town, the rise of contingent work. All of it has been in Springfield for 36 years. All of it was always real. And all of it, in the years since the show began, has become more real, more visible, more central to the experience of American economic life. The show did not predict any of these things in the sense of having advanced knowledge. The show saw them clearly, at a time when they were already present but not yet dominant, and it described them in the language of comedy so they would be received and retained by the broadest possible audience. Whether those audiences drew the economic lessons the show embedded is another question entirely. But the lessons are there, 36 seasons of them, patient, consistent, and waiting to be taken seriously. Section 4. The Technology Warnings, Surveillance, AI, and the Internet. In 1994, The Simpsons aired an episode in which Homer, trying to navigate a bureaucratic system, encounters a computer interface that responds to his inputs with frustrating inscrutability. The machine does not understand what Homer wants. Homer does not understand what the machine is telling him. The exchange is a comedy of mutual incomprehension, the human and the technology speaking past each other in a loop of confusion that produces nothing useful and costs both parties significant time. The joke was about the experience of using early personal computers. The target was the complexity and inaccessibility of early digital interfaces, the gap between the promise of technology and the actual experience of trying to use it as an ordinary person with ordinary patience and ordinary technical knowledge. That joke has aged into something else entirely. Because the specific dynamic it depicted, the human and the automated system speaking past each other, the inability of the technology to understand what the human actually wants, the frustration of being trapped in an automated loop with no exit, is now one of the defining experiences of digital life. Every person who has tried to reach a human customer service representative through an automated phone system, every person who has spent 20 minutes navigating an online form only to have their input rejected for a reason the system cannot clearly explain, every person who has typed a question into a search engine and received results that are technically relevant but practically useless has lived the experience that The Simpsons depicted in 1994. The show was not predicting AI or predicting automated systems specifically. It was observing a tendency already present in early computer interfaces for technology designed to serve humans to create instead a new category of human frustration. That tendency has not been corrected in the 30 years since. It has intensified. It has scaled. It has become the operating texture of digital interaction in ways that the 1994 episode could not have anticipated in detail but understood in principle. Now let us talk about surveillance. In an episode from the mid-1990s, Springfield installs a monitoring system that tracks the movements and behaviors of residents. This system is presented, initially, as a public safety measure. It will help catch criminals. It will make the community safer. The residents accept it with enthusiasm. And then, gradually, the monitoring expands beyond its original scope, begins to track things it was not originally designed to track, and produces consequences that the residents did not anticipate when they agreed to install it. The episode plays this as a story about government overreach and the slippery slope of surveillance. It ends, as Simpsons episodes tend to end, with the situation resolved and everyone returning to normal. The lesson is absorbed and forgotten. In 2013, Edward Snowden's revelations about the NSA's PRISM surveillance program revealed that the United States government had been collecting data on the digital communications of ordinary Americans at a scale that was not publicly known and that many Americans found deeply unsettling. The program had been authorized in the aftermath of the September 11 attacks as a counterterrorism measure. Over the years, it had expanded. The data collected had grown. The scope of surveillance had increased beyond what its original framing suggested. The pattern that The Simpsons episode depicted, initial acceptance of surveillance technology for a specific and limited purpose, gradual expansion of scope, eventual revelation that the technology was doing things its original framing did not prepare the public for, is the actual pattern by which surveillance infrastructure has expanded in the United States and in most developed democracies over the past 3 decades. The show was not predicting PRISM. The show was describing a dynamic that has always been present in the relationship between governments, technology, and civil liberties, and that the post-2001 security environment would accelerate dramatically. But the surveillance episodes go further than just government monitoring. Because The Simpsons also depicted, years before it became the dominant economic model of the internet, the commercialization of surveillance, the use of behavioral data gathered through technology that people voluntarily use to build detailed profiles that can be used to influence behavior. In one memorable episode, a corporate entity gains access to information about Homer's preferences and habits through a loyalty card program. The information is used to target Homer with advertising so precisely tailored to his interests that he cannot resist buying things he does not need. The joke is about Homer's weakness for targeted advertising. The structural insight is that the loyalty card program, ostensibly a service provided to Homer in exchange for his shopping data, is actually a data extraction mechanism that transforms Homer from a customer into a product. This is the business model of every major social media platform. It is the business model of Google's advertising empire. It is the model by which Spotify, Netflix, Amazon, and dozens of other technology companies operate. They provide a service. The service requires users to generate behavioral data. The behavioral data is the product. The advertising that is shaped by the data is the revenue. The user is simultaneously the customer and the raw material. The Simpsons depicted this model as a loyalty card joke, years before the internet had developed the infrastructure to scale it to its current form. The writers understood the basic transaction: data about your preferences, exchanged for convenience, and then used to extract more spending from you. They saw the logic. They turned it into a Springfield story. The internet built an industry on the same logic and created some of the most valuable companies in human history from it. There is also the matter of automated systems making consequential decisions about people's lives. In a late-season episode, various Springfield residents interact with a computer system that makes recommendations or decisions based on data, recommendations that turn out to be wrong in ways that cause real harm, and that the people affected cannot effectively appeal because the system lacks a human decision-maker who can be held accountable. This is, in 2025, not a futuristic premise. It is a description of how algorithmic decision-making currently operates in consequential domains. Credit scoring, parole recommendations, insurance pricing, hiring screening, content moderation. The issue of algorithmic accountability, of how you appeal a decision made by a system that cannot explain its own reasoning, has become one of the central problems of technology policy. The Simpsons depicted a comedic version of the same problem in an episode that most viewers remember primarily for whatever the main plot was about. Now let us talk about the internet itself. Because the show began before the World Wide Web existed as a consumer product, and it has lived through the entire arc of the internet's transformation of American life. And its commentary on that transformation has been, throughout, unusually clear-eyed. In early internet episodes, the show depicted the promise and the chaos of the new medium simultaneously. Homer, gaining access to the internet, immediately uses it for things that are not productive. The jokes are about distraction, about the gap between the internet's potential and the actual uses to which ordinary people put it. Email, time wasting, the consumption of content that gratifies rather than informs. These jokes were accurate descriptions of the early internet. They were also, it turns out, accurate predictions of the mature internet. The mature internet 20 years later is a system that has been optimized at industrial scale for exactly the behaviors the early Simpsons internet jokes described: distraction, gratification, the consumption of content that produces emotional engagement rather than meaningful understanding. The attention economy, the infrastructure of platforms designed to maximize time on site through emotional engagement rather than informational value, is the scaled-up, algorithmically optimized version of Homer clicking around the early internet and finding himself unable to stop. The mechanics are the same. The scale is incomprehensibly larger. The consequences, in terms of political polarization, mental health, and the quality of public discourse, are ones that the show's early internet jokes could not have anticipated, but whose precursors they accurately identified. Then there is the smartphone. The Simpsons does not have a single episode that predicted the smartphone, but across dozens of episodes from the late 1990s and early 2000s, the show depicts characters using communication and information devices in ways that describe, in aggregate, the smartphone experience. The portable screen, the constant availability, the way digital communication changes the texture of social interaction, the way the device becomes a mediating layer between the person and their direct experience of the world. One of the more pointed observations, delivered in a single throwaway scene that has been discussed extensively in media criticism circles, shows a family sitting together at a dinner table, each member engaged with a separate personal device, physically present and socially absent. The joke is about family disconnection. The scene is about the smartphone's replacement of shared attention with parallel private consumption. That scene, which was shot before smartphones existed as a consumer product, describes an experience that every family with smartphones has had. The image is so familiar now that it has become cliché. The family at dinner, heads down, each in their own screen. The Simpsons depicted the archetype before the technology existed to make it universal. The show also has an extended history of depicting what we would now call social media dynamics. The spread of misinformation, the way rumors travel faster than corrections, the susceptibility of communities to mass hysteria driven by unverified information. Springfield has, across dozens of episodes, fallen into collective panic based on false information, turned on members of its own community based on rumors, and demonstrated the kind of epistemic vulnerability that social media platforms have industrialized. In one particularly relevant episode, Springfield descends into mob behavior based on a misunderstanding that spreads because nobody stops to verify the original claim. The misunderstanding cascades through the community faster than the correction can follow. By the time the truth is established, the damage is done. The episode ends with the community acknowledging that they were wrong, and then, in typical Springfield fashion, forgetting and moving on. The structural dynamics this depicts, the asymmetry between the speed of misinformation and the speed of correction, the way emotional resonance drives, sharing faster than accuracy, the mob behavior that results from shared false information in a community with insufficient epistemic defenses are the central pathologies of social media information spread that have been documented in academic research, investigated by government bodies, and identified as contributors to real-world harm in multiple countries. The Simpsons did not invent these dynamics. They are not new. Communities have always been vulnerable to misinformation and mob behavior. What the show depicted, accurately, is that these dynamics are inherent to human communities and will express themselves through whatever communication infrastructure is available. The internet did not create the dynamics. It scaled them. The AI question is perhaps the most interesting for where we currently stand. Because the show's history of depicting automated systems, algorithmic decision-making, and the relationship between humans and machines puts it in a position to comment on the current moment of AI development in ways that feel newly relevant. There is an episode in which a computer system designed to assist with a specific task becomes capable of doing things beyond its original design. The writers played this, appropriately, as comedy. The system does not become malevolent. It simply becomes surprising, doing things that its creators did not anticipate, demonstrating capabilities that had not been explicitly programmed, exceeding its design parameters in ways that are sometimes helpful and sometimes problematic. This is not a description of fictional artificial general intelligence. It is a description of the actual behavior of large language models and other current AI systems, which regularly demonstrate capabilities their creators did not explicitly design for, produce outputs that surprise their engineers, and create situations that the systems were not designed to handle, and that their human operators have not been prepared for. The episode played this as a one-off joke. The dynamic it depicted is now the central preoccupation of the AI safety field, a multi-billion-dollar research area focused on ensuring that as AI systems become more capable, the gap between their designed purpose and their actual behavior is understood and managed. The Simpsons has been living in the relationship between humans and technology for 36 years. It has observed, with characteristic accuracy, the ways that technology fails to be what it promises to be, the ways it exceeds its design parameters, the ways it is used for purposes its creators did not intend, and the ways it changes the texture of human life, in both large and small registers. The surveillance economy, the attention economy, the algorithmic decision, the smartphone at the dinner table, the misinformation cascade, the AI that does something unexpected. All of it has been in Springfield. All of it was drawn from careful observation of real trajectories. And all of it, in the years since the episodes aired, has become more central to the experience of modern life. The technology warnings in The Simpsons are not the most dramatic section of its predictive record. The nuclear warnings are more ominous. The political predictions are more viscerally recognizable. But the technology observations are perhaps the most pervasive, the most deeply woven into the everyday texture of the show, because the technology of everyday life is where the show has always lived. Homer trying to work a complicated machine, Marge trying to navigate a system that does not respond to her needs, Bart using the available tools to do something he should not be doing, Lisa watching a media landscape that is increasingly optimized for distraction rather than information. These are not just character bits. They are a 36-year record of how technology shapes human behavior, how it promises ease and delivers complication, how it concentrates power in the hands of whoever controls it, and how ordinary people adapt to it, resist it, and are ultimately changed by it. The adaptation and the change are the warning, not the specific technology, the relationship. And the relationship in Springfield has always looked a lot like the relationship we actually have with our devices, which is to say, complicated, dependent, sometimes wonderful, and never quite what we were told it would be. Section 5. The Political Warnings, Power, Corruption, and Celebrity. In the autumn of 1998, an episode of The Simpsons aired in which a popular entertainer, a figure of enormous public affection, runs for political office. The entertainment background is treated as an asset. The candidate's name recognition, their ability to attract media attention, their skill at performing relatability are framed as political advantages. Policy positions are vague. The campaign runs on personality. The crowds are enthusiastic. The opponent is dismissed as boring, institutional, out of touch. The episode was playing with dynamics that had been present in American politics for decades. Ronald Reagan had been an actor before becoming governor of California and then president. Arnold Schwarzenegger would become governor of California 5 years later. The idea of entertainment celebrity as political capital was not new. The Simpsons was not discovering it. But the show was depicting, with unusual clarity, the specific mechanics by which celebrity capital converts into political power in a media environment that rewards attention over substance. What the show understood, years before the 2016 election made it impossible to ignore, was that political competence and political success were increasingly separable. That the skills required to win elections, the ability to generate emotional engagement, to dominate media coverage, to make supporters feel personally connected to the candidate, were skills that had nothing to do with the skills required to govern. That a sufficiently charismatic figure with sufficiently good media instincts could navigate the electoral process successfully while possessing no conventional qualifications for the job. The show depicted this multiple times, in multiple forms. And then, in 2016, the country elected a reality television personality to the presidency, and the clip started going viral, and everyone who had not been watching carefully had to be told that the show had been there first. But the Trump prediction is almost too obvious to dwell on. Let us talk about the less cited political observations, the ones that did not produce viral moments but that describe, with equal or greater accuracy, the actual workings of political power in the United States. Mayor Quimby. His name is Joseph Fitzgerald O'Malley Fitzpatrick O'Donnell. He is a Kennedy-adjacent caricature. The Boston political dynasty translated into Springfield form, complete with accent, womanizing, and a relationship to public funds that can be most politely described as flexible. He is corrupt in the way that political machines have always been corrupt. Not through dramatic villainy, but through the constant, grinding, daily accommodation of powerful interests. He helps Burns because Burns can help him. He allocates resources based on who asks and who can offer something in return. He governs through the logic of the favor economy, the world of who owes whom that is the actual operational substrate of most machine politics. The Simpsons has never pretended that Springfield's political class is governing in the public interest. It has never suggested that Quimby's decisions are driven by policy analysis or democratic accountability. The show has depicted, consistently, a political system operating according to the internal logic of patronage, where decisions are made based on relationships, reciprocal obligations, and the maintenance of the political network that keeps the decision-makers in power. This is not a cartoon exaggeration of American politics. This is an accurate description of how a significant portion of American local and state politics has always functioned. The academic literature on machine politics, on patronage systems, on the way local political cultures develop their own internal logics that are often disconnected from formal democratic ideals, describes Quimby's Springfield in everything but name. What the show understood, and what its political episodes have consistently depicted, is that the formal structures of democratic governance, the elections, the city councils, the regulatory bodies, are the surface layer. Underneath the surface layer is a system of relationships, obligations, and informal power that operates according to different rules. The formal system is the face that politics shows the public. The informal system is how things actually get decided. Burns and Quimby's relationship is the clearest depiction of this in the show. Burns needs Quimby to look the other way on regulatory matters, to ensure that Springfield's environmental and safety codes are not enforced against the power plant, to provide political cover when the three-eyed fish becomes a news story. Quimby needs Burns's economic cooperation, his political donations, his willingness to keep the jobs and the electricity flowing to the community that Quimby governs. It is a relationship of mutual dependency, of competing leverage, and of shared interest in maintaining an arrangement that serves them both while imposing costs on everyone else. This is the rent-seeking political economy described by public choice economists since the 1960s. It is also a fairly accurate description of how regulatory capture, the process by which the agencies supposed to regulate an industry come to serve the industry's interests instead, actually works. The relationship between Burns and Springfield's regulators, the inspectors who come to the plant and find nothing wrong, the politicians who receive donations and then decline to push for enforcement, is not a cartoon exaggeration of regulatory capture. It is regulatory capture, rendered in yellow. In 2011, a major banking regulator resigned from his position, explicitly citing the phenomenon of regulatory capture as a problem he had been unable to solve within the agency. He described a culture in which regulators became more concerned with maintaining positive relationships with the institutions they regulated than with enforcing the rules those institutions were supposed to follow. The language he used, the dynamics he described, were recognizable to anyone who had been watching the Springfield regulatory environment for 20 years. The show has also depicted, with notable accuracy, the dynamics of political scandal. In multiple episodes, Springfield figures are caught in behavior that would, in a normally functioning democracy, end their political careers. The behavior is exposed. There is a brief period of public outrage. And then, with remarkable speed, the outrage dissipates, the politician survives, and the status quo resumes. The mechanics of political scandal survival, as depicted in The Simpsons, involve a consistent set of moves: initial denial, then partial admission with minimizing framing, then appeal to hypocrisy of critics, then waiting out the news cycle. This playbook, which the show depicted as Quimby's standard operating procedure, is recognizable as the actual playbook that has allowed numerous real-world politicians to survive scandals that should, in theory, have been career-ending. What the show understood is that scandal survival in a media environment with a short attention cycle is not fundamentally about the severity of the scandal. It is about the ability to manage the information environment long enough for the next news cycle to provide cover. Quimby never addresses the substance of accusations against him. He manages the coverage. He waits. The town forgets. The show also has an extended commentary on the relationship between money and political speech that is almost eerily consistent with the post-Citizens United reality. Burns is never depicted as illegally corrupting the political process. He is depicted as using his legal resources, his donations, his economic leverage, his ability to provide or withhold jobs and investment to shape political outcomes without ever quite crossing the line into illegal conduct. This is precisely how large-scale political influence actually works. It is rarely explicit bribery. It is the combination of legal campaign contributions, the provision of economic benefits to cooperative communities, the implicit understanding between powerful economic actors and the politicians who serve them that cooperation will be rewarded and non-cooperation will be costly. The line between legitimate political participation and corruption is deliberately kept blurry. Burns has always lived in that blurry line. Then there is the media environment that sustains Springfield's political culture. Kent Brockman, the show's news anchor, is one of its most incisive political observations. Brockman is not a bad person. He is a capable journalist who understands the media environment he operates in, an environment that rewards entertainment over information, that prioritizes the story that generates the most engagement over the story that matters most, that has learned to treat political events as content to be consumed rather than issues to be understood. In one of the most often cited Brockman moments, he delivers a report on an ant colony from space with the same breathless gravity he uses for actual catastrophes. The joke is about media equivalence, the flattening of significance that occurs when everything is treated as equally important and equally urgent. The running news chyron across Brockman's broadcasts, always delivering absurd information in the sober language of breaking news, is a sustained joke about the aesthetics of television news, the way the format itself shapes the content regardless of what the content actually is. Cable news in 2024, with its 24-hour cycle, its need to fill every moment with something urgent, its reliance on panels of commentators to fill time when nothing is actually happening, its addiction to the chyron and the breaking news banner, is the mature version of everything Brockman's broadcasts satirized in the 1990s. The show understood the logic of the format and followed it to its conclusion. The conclusion is what we now watch every night. There is also the episode in which Springfield holds a referendum, a genuine direct democracy moment. The citizens are asked to vote on a measure that affects their community. The episode depicts the campaign for and against the measure, the misinformation deployed by both sides, the emotional appeals that substitute for substantive argument, the way the discussion of the actual issue gets displaced by meta-debates about whose side is more trustworthy. The outcome of the vote does not necessarily reflect the actual interests of the voters, because the information environment around the vote has been too polluted to support genuine informed decision-making. The Simpsons aired this episode as a comedy about local politics. It is also a fairly accurate description of how referendum campaigns operate in practice, including the dynamics that produced the Brexit vote in 2016, the Cambridge Analytica scandal, and the broader crisis of democratic legitimacy that has attended the realization that information campaigns designed to mislead can successfully determine the outcomes of formal democratic processes. The political warnings in The Simpsons are not located in a single episode or a single prediction. They are distributed across 36 years of episodes, each of which adds another detail to the portrait. A portrait of a political system where formal democratic structures coexist with informal power arrangements that frequently override them, where money is the fundamental input and public interest is the formal justification that politicians provide for decisions already made on other grounds, where the media environment that should support informed democratic decision-making is instead structured in ways that make informed democratic decision-making harder, where celebrity and charisma are more valuable political currencies than competence or expertise. None of these observations are original to The Simpsons. Political scientists, historians, and journalists have documented all of them at length. What The Simpsons did was take all of them, combine them into a single coherent setting, and present them to the largest possible audience in a form that was reliably entertaining, not as warnings, as comedy, as the background music of Springfield's civic life. And then the world caught up to what the show was describing, and everybody was surprised. Even though it had been on screen, in plain sight, for 36 years. Section 6. The Health and Pandemic Warnings. Let us slow the pace a little here. Let your breathing settle. Because what comes next is something that, for many people, still carries a weight that makes it hard to approach quickly. In 1993, The Simpsons aired an episode called Marge in Chains. The episode is primarily about Marge's shoplifting addiction, a character study built around Marge's stress reaching a breaking point and expressing itself in an unexpected way. It is not, on its surface, an episode about a pandemic, but embedded in the B-plot of that episode is a storyline about a viral illness originating in Asia that spreads to Springfield, causes mass illness, triggers panic buying of everyday goods, overwhelms the local healthcare system, and sends the community into a spiral of fear and misinformation as residents search desperately for a treatment. The episode aired in 1993. COVID, COVID-19 began spreading from Wuhan, China, in late 2019. Between the episode and the pandemic, 26 years passed. The specifics are not identical. The fictional illness in the episode, sometimes called the Osaka flu, is a straightforward respiratory illness with no particular narrative significance beyond its role as the episode's B-plot engine. COVID-19 was a once-in-a-century pandemic that killed millions of people and fundamentally altered the trajectory of human society. The episode is not a prediction of COVID-19 in any meaningful, specific sense, but the pattern is what stays with you. The illness originates in Asia and spreads through travel. It reaches a fictional American community and moves through the population quickly. The local healthcare system is not prepared for the volume of cases. People panic buy goods that are in short supply, not because they need them immediately, but because the anxiety of uncertainty drives hoarding behavior. The community searches for a treatment and, in a moment of particular dark comedy, a crowd is shown attacking a truck that they believe contains a cure. The truck contains something else entirely. The cure does not exist yet. The panic is real and the remedy is not. Every one of these elements appeared in 2020. The geographic origin of the illness and its spread through international travel. The unpreparedness of healthcare systems in countries that had not invested sufficiently in pandemic infrastructure. The panic buying of toilet paper, hand sanitizer, and basic supplies in quantities that bore no rational relationship to actual need. The desperate search for treatments, the misinformation about cures, the moments of near violence over perceived access to scarce resources. The Simpsons in 1993 was not describing COVID-19. It was describing the structure of pandemic response as it plays out in communities that have not prepared and have not been told the truth about what they face. And that structure, the panic and the hoarding, and the overwhelmed systems and the desperate search for a cure that has not been developed yet, is not specific to any particular illness. It is the general shape of how unprepared communities respond to novel infectious disease threats. The show also depicted, in that same episode, the role of misinformation in amplifying the damage of the outbreak. Residents of Springfield receive and act on false information about the illness and its treatment. Rumor travels faster than accurate information. People make decisions based on fear and bad data, rather than understanding and accurate data. The healthcare officials who try to communicate accurate information are not trusted because trust in institutions has already been eroded by previous failures. This is the social epidemiology of pandemic response. The virus does biological damage. The information environment does social and political damage. The combination is what produces the specific kind of systemic failure that pandemic events reveal. Not just the failure of healthcare infrastructure, but the failure of the information systems that are supposed to guide people through crisis, and the failure of the institutional trust that those information systems depend on to be effective. The show understood this in 1993. The world had to learn it again in 2020. Beyond the pandemic episode, The Simpsons has a long history of engaging with healthcare themes that have proven eerily prescient. The American healthcare system, as depicted in the show, is one of the most consistent objects of satire across 36 seasons. The Springfield Hospital, run by Dr. Nick Riviera and the more competent but equally constrained Dr. Hibbert, is a place where care is available but access is determined by ability to pay, where the quality of treatment is shaped by financial factors as much as medical ones, and where the system routinely fails ordinary people in ways that are devastating but also somehow unsurprising. The specific moment that gets cited most frequently is from an early episode in which Homer is told that his healthcare coverage does not include a treatment he needs. The conversation between Homer and the insurance representative is a compressed, savage satire of the experience of navigating American health insurance. The denials, the appeals, the language of coverage limitations and excluded conditions, and pre-existing conditions that transforms what should be a medical decision into a financial negotiation. In 2009, the passage of the Affordable Care Act opened a national conversation about the deficiencies of the American healthcare system that had been present but under-discussed for decades. The show had been depicting those deficiencies casually and consistently since the early 1990s. The pre-existing conditions exclusion that the ACA addressed, the coverage gaps, the financial devastation of serious illness. The way healthcare costs function as a source of financial catastrophe for working-class families, even when they nominally have insurance. All of it was in Springfield, long before it was in a legislative debate. The show also has an extended history of depicting the opioid-adjacent dynamics of pharmaceutical culture. Episodes across the show's run depict characters becoming dependent on prescription medications, the ease with which prescriptions can be obtained from doctors who are too busy or too pressured to monitor patient behavior carefully, the way pharmaceutical companies market their products in ways that promote use beyond clinical necessity. These dynamics, which the show depicted as character comedy and as satire of pharmaceutical marketing, are the same dynamics that drove the opioid crisis that devastated American communities from the early 2000s onward. The opioid crisis was not inevitable. It was the result of specific decisions. Pharmaceutical companies that knew their products had high addiction potential and marketed them aggressively anyway. Doctors who were incentivized to prescribe by marketing and who underestimated addiction risk. Regulatory bodies that approved and monitored the drugs with insufficient vigilance. A healthcare system that was better at providing pharmaceutical interventions than non-pharmaceutical alternatives for pain management. And patients who trusted the system and took what they were prescribed and then found themselves dependent. The Simpsons did not predict the opioid crisis, but it depicted, consistently and accurately, every element of the healthcare culture that produced it. The ease of prescription access, the normalization of pharmaceutical dependence, the way the system is structured to prefer pharmaceutical interventions over other forms of care, and the relative absence of robust follow-up to monitor the consequences of prescribing decisions. There are also the mental health episodes. The Simpsons has engaged with mental illness, psychological treatment, and the culture of therapy throughout its run, and its engagement has been both satirical and, in its better moments, genuinely insightful. The episode in which Homer is briefly committed to a mental health facility after being misread as threatening contains a layered critique of how mental illness is diagnosed, treated, and institutionalized that remains accurate to documented real-world problems in psychiatric practice. The facility is more interested in keeping patients compliant than in understanding their actual conditions. The diagnostic process is cursory and susceptible to error. The treatment environment prioritizes institutional management over therapeutic outcome. Discharge decisions are influenced by factors that have nothing to do with clinical readiness. These are not fictional problems invented for dramatic effect. These are documented problems in psychiatric practice that advocates and researchers have been highlighting for decades. The Simpsons depicted them in the context of a comedy episode about Homer being mistakenly hospitalized and then moved on. The problems remained. Then there is the episode about Bart's potential ADHD diagnosis, one of the show's quieter but more genuinely engaged explorations of how childhood neurodevelopmental differences are understood and managed within a school and healthcare system that is designed for neurotypical children. The episode walks through the diagnostic process, the pressure on parents to agree to medication, the school's interest in behavioral compliance as opposed to educational outcomes, and the genuine uncertainty about what Bart actually needs. The show does not land on a clean answer. Bart is not definitively ADHD. He is not definitively fine. He is a child with characteristics that make him difficult to manage in a conventional classroom environment, and the system around him has various interests in labeling and medicating that are not always aligned with his well-being. The episode sits with this ambiguity in a way that is more honest than most mainstream media treatments of the subject. The conversation around ADHD diagnosis rates, the appropriate use of stimulant medications in children, the relationship between diagnostic criteria and school environments designed for specific behavioral profiles, has been ongoing since long before the Simpsons episode aired. The show did not advance the conversation, but it reflected it accurately in a form that reached an enormous audience and treated the subject with more nuance than its comedy framing might have suggested. The health warnings in The Simpsons, taken in aggregate, form a picture of a healthcare system that is not designed to serve the health of the people who use it. A system designed instead around the competing interests of insurers, pharmaceutical companies, hospitals, physicians, and employers, with patient outcomes as one input among many rather than the organizing principle. A system in which financial factors regularly override clinical ones. A system that is structurally better at treating acute illness, than at preventing chronic disease, better at providing care to those who can pay than to those who cannot, and structurally resistant to the reforms that would make it more equitable and more effective. This portrait, drawn in comedy form across 36 seasons of a cartoon, is also the portrait that public health researchers, healthcare economists, and patient advocates have been painting in less entertaining formats for the same period of time. The conclusions are the same. The audience for the Simpsons version is vastly larger, and the warnings are no less real for having been wrapped in Homer's latest medical misadventure. Section 7. The environmental warnings. Let your eyes close if they want to. The story continues whether you are watching or listening, and sometimes the listening is deeper. There is a joke in The Simpsons that runs for 36 years and never reaches its punchline. The joke is Springfield's relationship with its environment. The town sits on top of a geological feature called Springfield Gorge, which Homer has fallen into more times than anyone has counted. It has a harbor, it has a river, it has forests and mountains and a desert, all within driving distance. It is surrounded by natural beauty that the show depicts in lush, almost loving detail. And then there is the tire fire. The Springfield tire fire has been burning since before the show began. It is mentioned as though it has always been there and will always be there, a permanent feature of the landscape like the gorge or the mountains, except that the tire fire is not natural. It is the result of human negligence, of disposed tires accumulating somewhere they should not be and eventually igniting and then burning, because tire fires are extraordinarily difficult to extinguish and extraordinarily persistent once established. The tire fire is not a minor detail, it is a symbol, and the show deploys it as such. It represents the environmental baseline of Springfield, a community that lives with the consequences of industrial negligence as a feature of daily life so normal that it has stopped being remarkable. The tire fire is there every season. Nobody is addressing it. Nobody is particularly outraged by it. It is just the tire fire burning the way it has always burned, part of the background of Springfield the way the power plant is part of the background of Springfield. Real tire fires are real. The Simpsons did not invent them. There have been notable tire fire disasters in the United States and around the world, events involving the uncontrolled combustion of large quantities of tires that produced toxic smoke, contaminated groundwater with the chemicals released during burning, and created persistent environmental problems that in some cases lasted for years. The largest tire fire in American history burned for months. The chemicals it released were documented to have contaminated local water sources and created health risks for surrounding communities. The Springfield tire fire, played as a background joke for 36 seasons, is the cartoon avatar of a real environmental failure mode. The persistence of industrial contamination in communities that lack the resources, the political power, or the institutional will to address it. You cannot put out a tire fire cheaply or easily. You can, if you have sufficient resources and sufficient institutional motivation, address the problem. Springfield, lacking both, watches the fire burn. This pattern, the persistence of environmental contamination in communities with insufficient political and economic power to compel remediation, is one of the central findings of the environmental justice research that emerged as a field in the 1990s. Communities of color and low-income communities are disproportionately likely to have environmental hazards, including toxic waste sites, industrial facilities, and contaminated water sources in their vicinity. They are disproportionately likely to remain with those hazards unaddressed for long periods. The combination of economic vulnerability and political marginalization makes effective environmental advocacy difficult. The polluters know this and make decisions accordingly. Springfield is not coded as a low-income community of color, but its relationship with environmental hazard has the same structural features. A powerful polluter, a politically marginal community, insufficient regulatory protection, and a result where contamination is treated as a background fact of life rather than an emergency to be addressed. The tire fire is the most casual version of this observation. The nuclear plant's environmental impact is the most sustained version. But between them, and throughout the show's run, there are dozens of smaller environmental details that collectively paint the same picture. Springfield lives in an environment that has been degraded by industrial activity, that degradation is ongoing, and the community has developed a kind of environmental fatalism that processes the degradation as normal rather than as a crisis. In the early 1990s, the show aired an episode about a forest near Springfield being threatened by a development project. Lisa, in her characteristic role as the show's environmental conscience, leads a campaign to protect the forest. The episode runs through the dynamics of environmental advocacy with considerable accuracy. The initial momentum of the campaign, the corporate opposition, the political complications, the way economic interests align to defeat environmental protection, even when public sentiment is nominally in favor of preservation. The campaign succeeds, in the way that Simpsons campaigns tend to succeed, partially, temporarily, with compromises that feel like victories but represent ongoing losses. The forest is saved. Something else is not. The next threat will come. The structural dynamics that produce environmental degradation have not been addressed. The win is real, but the war is not over. This describes with uncomfortable precision the actual experience of environmental advocacy in the United States over the past 3 decades. The Clean Air Act and the Clean Water Act produced genuine improvements. Species were saved from extinction. Specific areas were protected. And simultaneously, greenhouse gas emissions continued to rise, agricultural runoff continued to degrade waterways, industrial pollution continued to affect communities that lacked the political power to prevent it, and the climate changed in ways that made every other environmental problem harder to solve. The Simpsons did not predict climate change. Climate change was already understood by climate scientists in the late 1980s when the show began. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change was established in 1988. By the time the show aired its first episode, the scientific consensus on anthropogenic global warming was well established, if not yet widely understood by the public. What the show depicted over and over was the political and cultural dynamics that prevent action on environmental problems even when the problems are understood. The short-term economic interests that override long-term environmental concerns. The power of industries that profit from pollution to prevent regulation. The way communities that depend on polluting industries develop psychological and political defenses against confronting the environmental costs of that dependency. The susceptibility of environmental discourse to manufactured doubt and delay tactics. The gap between public nominal support for environmental protection and the political action required to achieve it. These are not just climate dynamics. They are the general dynamics of environmental policy in a political economy where environmental costs are externalized, where the benefits of pollution fall on the polluter and the costs fall on everyone else, and where the political system is more responsive to organized economic interests than to diffuse public preferences. Burns knows exactly this dynamic. He has exploited it for 36 seasons. He pollutes because he can. He can because the regulatory system is captured. The system is captured because his economic and political resources allow him to capture it. The community pays the cost. Burns retains the profit. The Springfield Gorge stays beautiful from a distance. The water runs yellow near the plant. In the 1990s, as the debate about global warming was beginning to reach mainstream American political culture, the show ran storylines about Springfield's weather, about unusual climate events, about the town's relationship with its environment in ways that casually acknowledge the reality of environmental change without making it the explicit subject of a message episode. Springfield has experienced floods, droughts, unusual heat events, and other weather anomalies as background plot elements. The show was not making a political argument about climate change. It was treating environmental instability as a normal feature of Springfield's life, a baseline condition rather than a crisis. That framing, which was in 1993 or 1995 mildly satirical, has become, in 2024, a realistic description of how climate change is experienced in many communities, not as a discrete event but as a gradual shift in the baseline, a new normal of more extreme weather, more frequent disruption, and a kind of diffuse but constant environmental instability that has replaced the weather patterns that previous generations understood as normal. The Simpsons, by treating environmental instability as Springfield's normal condition, was perhaps accidentally preparing its audience for a world where environmental instability becomes the actual normal condition. Not as a joke, as a description. There are also the water episodes. Springfield's water quality is a recurring concern across the show's run. The water near the nuclear plant is demonstrably contaminated. The municipal water supply is inconsistently managed. Characters drink Springfield water and experience effects that they attribute to other causes, or do not attribute to any cause at all, simply accepting the outcomes as the random misfortune of life. In 2014, the city of Flint, Michigan, changed its water supply source as a cost-cutting measure. The new water source was more corrosive than the previous one. The corrosion leached lead from the aging pipe infrastructure into the water supply. Children in Flint drank lead-contaminated water for months before the problem was identified. The health consequences of lead exposure, particularly for developing children's brains, are severe and in some cases irreversible. The Flint water crisis became a defining symbol of environmental injustice, of the specific way that communities with less political and economic power receive worse environmental protection. The Simpsons had been depicting a community drinking water of indeterminate and possibly dangerous quality for 25 years before Flint. The show's Springfield water jokes are not direct predictions of the Flint crisis, but they are part of the same conversation about who bears the cost of degraded infrastructure and why. The show also has an extended engagement with the theme of industrial cleanup and the responsibility of corporations for environmental remediation. In multiple episodes, the aftermath of industrial contamination is depicted as a protracted, difficult, politically fraught process in which the polluter resists cleanup, the community struggles to compel it, and the legal and regulatory mechanisms for forcing remediation prove slow and inadequate. This is, again, an accurate description of Superfund sites and environmental cleanup processes in the United States. The Comprehensive Environmental Response, Compensation, and Liability Act, better known as Superfund, was passed in 1980 to fund the cleanup of contaminated sites. 4 decades later, hundreds of Superfund sites remain on the national priority list, their cleanup delayed by legal disputes, funding shortfalls, and the complexity of assigning liability for contamination that often involves multiple parties across decades. The structural resistance to environmental cleanup, the way the legal and financial mechanisms for compelling polluters to remediate their damage move slowly while communities continue to be exposed, is a real and documented failure of the American regulatory system. The Simpsons has been depicting it in Springfield for 36 years. The environmental warnings in the show are perhaps its most consistently accurate body of predictive content because they are grounded in the most stable and well-understood dynamics. The physics of pollution do not change. The incentive structures that produce environmental degradation do not fundamentally change. The political dynamics that prevent remediation do not fundamentally change. The show has been describing these dynamics accurately for 36 years because the dynamics themselves have remained essentially constant. What has changed over that period is the scale of the consequences. The environmental problems that The Simpsons depicted as local and manageable in the 1990s have grown, globally, into something that threatens to exceed the management capacity of human institutions. The tire fire that has always been burning is now, metaphorically, a little larger every year. Springfield keeps living with it, the world keeps living with it, and the warnings keep running, in the background, as they always have. Section 8. The Media and Entertainment Warnings. Breathe. Sink a little deeper. Kent Brockman has been on television since 1989. In Springfield terms, he has been delivering the news of Springfield every day for 36 years, without aging, without changing his hair, without significantly updating his delivery or his approach to journalism. He is the show's sustained meditation on what television news is, what it does to the information that passes through it, and what it does to the audience that receives it. He is also one of the most accurate satirical portraits of television journalism that American entertainment has ever produced. Let us start with the most famous Brockman moment. In an early episode, Brockman is shown receiving information through his earpiece during a live broadcast. He misunderstands the information. He believes he is receiving a report that giant ants have taken over the space shuttle. Without pausing to verify, without even appearing to question the information, he turns to the camera and announces that humanity should consider welcoming its new insect overlords. He gets ahead of the story. He commits to the narrative. And he is wrong in a way that is simultaneously absurd and completely recognizable as a real pathology of live television journalism. The pressure on live television news to have something to say at every moment, to fill every second of airtime with content, to commit to narratives before they are verified because uncertainty is bad television. while confident declaration is good television, is a structural feature of the medium that has produced real journalism failures throughout the history of broadcast news. CNN's premature declaration of a Supreme Court ruling. The misreporting of events in real time during breaking news situations. The way the hunger for a narrative leads news organizations to declare things before they know them, and the reluctance to walk back those declarations even after the facts become clearer. Brockman doing this as a joke in the early 1990s was already an accurate description of a pathology in live television journalism. 30 years later, the pathology has scaled. The 24-hour news cycle has created more airtime to fill and more pressure to fill it with confident declarations. Social media has added a competitive dimension, where being first is rewarded regardless of whether being first means being right. The ecosystem that produces Brockman's insect overlord moment has intensified, not moderated. The show also has an extended commentary on the way ratings drive news content. In multiple episodes, Brockman's editorial decisions are shown to be driven by audience engagement metrics rather than news value. Stories that produce high emotional engagement are prioritized over stories that matter but produce lower engagement. The weather report is given more time than an environmental crisis. A human interest story about an animal displaces coverage of a policy debate with genuine consequences for viewers' lives. This is, again, not a cartoon exaggeration. It is a description of how commercial television news actually allocates its resources. Academic research on news content has consistently found that commercial news media devote more time and resources to stories with high emotional valence. Stories about crime, violence, accidents, heartwarming human interest, than to stories about policy, governance, and structural issues that are less emotionally engaging but more directly relevant to viewers' material interests. The Simpsons depicted this dynamic as the background logic of Kent Brockman's broadcast for 36 years. The research literature has documented it. The consequences, in terms of an electorate that is more familiar with celebrity stories than with the policy decisions that affect their daily lives, are real. Then there is the entertainment industry more broadly. The show's relationship with Hollywood has always been skeptical and sophisticated. Episodes set in the entertainment industry depict a world organized around the extraction of value from creative work, the exploitation of talent by institutional power, the way commercial pressures transform art into product, and the way the industry's gatekeeping function is exercised in favor of safe, familiar content over genuine innovation. The rise of streaming and the transformation of the entertainment landscape over the past decade has not made these dynamics less relevant. If anything, the concentration of the entertainment industry into a smaller number of enormous platforms, the algorithmic recommendation systems that shape what gets made and what gets seen, the tension between creative ambition and commercial safety are more acute now than they were when the show began. The structural critique embedded in The Simpsons Hollywood episodes is more applicable to the 2024 entertainment industry than it was to the 1995 entertainment industry. There are the episodes about celebrity culture, about the way celebrity is manufactured, maintained, and destroyed by media machinery. About the parasocial relationships that audiences develop with public figures they do not actually know. About the vulnerability of celebrities to the same mechanisms that created them. The way the media that builds stars is also capable of destroying them, when destruction serves the audience engagement metrics better than continued celebration. The specific mechanics of celebrity construction and destruction that the show depicted in the 1990s have been amplified by social media into something qualitatively different in scale, but structurally identical. The parasocial relationships that audiences formed with television celebrities in the 1990s are now formed at greater intensity with social media personalities whose lives are more available for consumption, whose apparent accessibility creates deeper feelings of personal connection, and whose vulnerability to public opinion is therefore also more acute. The cancel culture debates of the 2010s and 2020s, the dynamics by which public figures lose public standing rapidly and sometimes irreversibly due to the combined pressure of social media criticism, are the two versions of what The Simpsons was depicting in the 1990s. The entertainment industry's willingness to destroy what it has created when doing so serves its interests. The mechanisms have changed. The underlying dynamic has not. The show also has a long history of depicting the relationship between entertainment and commerce. The Simpsons itself, as a meta-object is a commercial product. It has always existed within an economic system that requires it to generate profit for the network that airs it. The show has periodically acknowledged this meta situation, sometimes explicitly, sometimes through the behavior of its characters. Episodes that function as promotional vehicles for Fox's other properties, stories that seem designed to serve commercial interests rather than creative ones, the show engaging with its own commercialization in ways that are sometimes rueful and sometimes cynical. The broader entertainment industry observation that the show makes across dozens of episodes is about the colonization of culture by commercial logic. The way entertainment, which in its purest form serves no purpose other than to engage the imagination and generate meaning, is consistently disciplined by the requirement to also generate revenue. The way this discipline shapes what gets made, who makes it, who it is made for, and what it is allowed to say. This is not a new observation. The Frankfurt School was making it in the 1940s, but The Simpsons made it funny, and made it to an audience that was itself the subject of the observation, and made it for 36 years consistently, and somehow managed to remain commercially successful while doing so, which is either a remarkable achievement or a profound irony, possibly both. The media and entertainment warnings in The Simpsons are perhaps the most self-referential of all its predictive content, because the show is itself media and entertainment. Every observation it makes about the industry is an observation it makes about itself. Every critique of commercial television is a critique that applies to the commercial television program making the critique. The show has always known this. The awareness is part of the joke. And the joke has been running for 36 years, which means the critique has been running for 36 years, which means the show has been simultaneously part of the problem it is describing and the most articulate description of that problem available to a mainstream American audience. This is, at minimum, interesting. It may also be the show's most sophisticated achievement. Section 9. The Social Warnings Class, Family, and the American Dream. Let the world outside get a little quieter. We are somewhere in the middle now, somewhere in the long, patient middle of this particular night, and what comes next is perhaps the most human part of all of it. The Simpsons is a family show in the most literal sense. It is a show about a family. That family, the yellow people on Evergreen Terrace, has been the lens through which every political observation, every economic critique, every environmental warning, and every technological prophecy has been delivered. The family is the vehicle. But the family is also the subject. And what the show has been saying about the American family, about class, about the experience of working-class life in America across 36 years, is one of the most sustained and honest social observations in the history of American entertainment. Let us begin with class. Because The Simpsons is, fundamentally, a show about class, about what it means to be in the middle of the American economic distribution. To have enough that you are not in genuine poverty, but not enough that you are financially secure. To work hard at a job that matters for the functioning of the society, and to receive for that work a standard of living that is theoretically comfortable and practically precarious. Homer Simpson earns a working wage at a nuclear power plant. He is, by some measures, doing well. He has a house, a car, a television, food on the table. He is, by other measures, perpetually struggling. The bills are always a little too high, the savings are always insufficient, the margin between financial stability and financial crisis is always thinner than it should be. This economic position, exactly comfortable enough to not feel desperate, and exactly constrained enough to feel the weight of every unexpected expense, is the economic position of a large and growing segment of the American population. The working class that owns homes and drives cars and sends their children to public school and feels, year by year, the pressure of a cost structure that grows faster than wages do. The Simpsons began in 1989, near the end of a decade in which income inequality in the United States had been accelerating for about 15 years. The share of income going to the top 1% had been rising since the mid-1970s. The real wages of non-supervisory workers had been stagnant since the same period. The promise of the post-war middle class, the promise that working-class people who worked hard and played by the rules would be rewarded with a standard of living that included genuine financial security, and the expectation that their children would do better than they did, was already showing signs of strain. Over the 36 years of the show's run, The economic conditions that the show depicts as the context for the Simpson family's life have become more clearly a feature of American life rather than a temporary condition. Income inequality has continued to increase. Wage growth for working-class Americans has continued to lag behind productivity growth and behind the cost of the goods and services that constitute a middle-class life. Homeownership has become harder. College education has become more expensive and more necessary simultaneously. Healthcare costs have risen faster than inflation for 3 decades. The Simpson family's perpetual financial squeeze is not a cartoon exaggeration. It is an accurate description of the economic experience of millions of American families. The show also depicts, with uncommon honesty for mainstream entertainment, the way that class shapes aspiration and its limits. Lisa Simpson wants to be extraordinary. She has the intelligence to be extraordinary. She has the drive, the work ethic, the genuine gifts, and the show is honest about the ways that her class position constrains her extraordinary ambitions. The schools she attends are underfunded. The resources available to her are limited. The social capital that would smooth her path forward, the networks, the connections, the knowledge of how to navigate institutions that are designed for people from different backgrounds is something she has to figure out on her own. The research on intergenerational economic mobility in the United States, on the relationship between where you start economically and where you end up, suggests that the United States has lower social mobility than many peer countries. Children born into lower-income families are statistically less likely to ascend to higher-income positions than children born in countries with comparable economies. The mechanisms that produce this stickiness, the educational inequalities, the social capital disparities, the way wealth concentrates and reproduces itself across generations, are the same mechanisms that constrain Lisa Simpson's extraordinary ambitions within the realistic frame of her family's economic reality. The show does not resolve this tension. Lisa does not transcend her class through the power of her intellect alone, because the show understands that class is not overcome by individual merit in a system where structural advantages compound for those who have them, and structural disadvantages compound for those who do not. Lisa's storylines are among the show's most emotionally honest precisely because they depict, without false resolution, the experience of being exceptional in a context that was not designed with exceptional people in mind. Then there is Homer. Because Homer's relationship with the American dream is the show's deepest and most sustained social observation, Homer wanted a simple version of the American dream. A house, a family, a job, a cold beer at the end of the day. He got it, and he experiences it, episode after episode, as both genuinely precious and quietly insufficient. The job is demeaning. The boss does not know his name. The work is meaningless in any profound sense. The house is mortgaged, the car breaks down, the kids are too much and not enough. The beer is cold and finite. Homer's version of the dream, in other words, is both real and hollow. He has the material elements. He does not have the dignity or the security or the sense of meaningful contribution that the American dream was supposed to provide along with the house and the car. He shows up to work every day at a job that does not respect him, for a boss who cannot remember his name, in a facility that is actively harming the community it serves, and he does this because the alternative is worse. This is the American working class experience stripped of its mythology, not the inspiring immigrant narrative of rising from nothing through hard work, not the Silicon Valley story of entrepreneurial innovation rewarded with enormous wealth. The actual experience of the majority, the people who show up and do the work and come home and try to be present for their families and are perpetually aware that the thing they are working toward is something they already have and can never quite feel secure in keeping. The show does not moralize about this. It does not present Homer's life as a tragedy that requires political intervention. It presents it as his life, real, imperfect, full of love and frustration and comedy and genuine moments of joy, and also structurally shaped by economic forces he did not choose and cannot escape. That is perhaps the show's most significant social contribution. It has spent 36 years depicting a version of American working-class life that is honest, rather than aspirational, that acknowledges the gap between the dream and the reality without declaring the dream dead, that holds both the genuine warmth of the family and the genuine constraint of the economic context in the same frame without resolving the tension between them. The family is the show's constant. Through every prediction and every warning, through every nuclear crisis and every political corruption and every environmental failure and every media distortion, the Simpsons family remains. Homer goes back to Marge. Bart goes home for dinner. Lisa plays her saxophone. Maggie watches. The family is intact. The family endures. But what the family endures is the cost. The show is honest about what it takes for the American working-class family to hold together. The suppression of ambition, the management of expectation, the daily negotiation between what you want and what you have, the way love functions as both the most important thing in the life and the reason you accept the conditions that constrain it. Burns is why Homer has the job. Burns is why the job is as bad as it is. Burns is why the town is as contaminated as it is. Burns is why the politics are as captured as they are. Burns is the concentrated form of everything the show is warning about: the unchecked accumulation of power in the hands of a single individual, the way that power is used to extract value from a community while externalizing costs, and the way the community develops a structural dependency on the very entity that is harming it. And Homer loves his family so much that he keeps showing up every day for 36 years because the family is worth it. And because the alternative, the loss of the family, the loss of the house on Evergreen Terrace, is too frightening to contemplate. The show has always known that this is both Homer's greatest strength and Burns's greatest advantage. Homer's love for his family is what makes him compliant. His fear of losing what he has is what makes him manageable. The same qualities that make him a devoted father and husband make him an exploitable worker. This is not a situation unique to Homer. It is the structural condition of the working class in a system where economic security is conditional on the continued favor of employers who hold significant power over the conditions of employment. You do not bite the hand that signs your paycheck. You do not risk the house and the family for the principle of the thing. You accept the conditions you have, you love the people you love as well as you can, and you try not to think too hard about the cracked cooling tower visible from the backyard. The social warnings in The Simpsons are not dramatic revelations. They do not have the specific, dateable quality of the predictions. They are longer, quieter, more pervasive. They are built into the structure of the show rather than planted in specific moments. The warning is the show. The show is the warning. And the warning is this: the American dream, as experienced by the working class, is real enough to be worth fighting for and constrained enough to be worth fighting against. The family is worth everything. The system that makes the family's security precarious is worth naming, clearly, and looking at directly, without the comfort of either cynicism or false optimism. The Simpsons has been doing exactly that for 36 years, in front of the largest possible audience, in the most entertaining form it could find. Whether anyone was listening is a different question. The show has always been humble about that. The characters move on. The next episode begins. The family is still together. Springfield keeps going, and the tire fire keeps burning. Section 10. The Space and Science Warnings. In 1994, Homer Simpson went to space. The episode is called Deep Space Homer, and it is, in the show's internal logic, a story about NASA's attempt to boost television ratings by sending an average American into orbit. The satire is broad. NASA, desperate for public interest, conducts a search for the most ordinary, least impressive candidate they can find, and Homer wins. He goes to space. He nearly destroys the shuttle. He saves the day through spectacular incompetence that accidentally functions as competence. The episode is funny, and it is also, in retrospect, a fairly precise preview of the commercialization of space travel that would become one of the defining technological stories of the 2010s. The premise of Deep Space Homer, that space travel might be made more publicly engaging by sending ordinary people rather than highly trained professionals, is the premise of commercial space tourism. Virgin Galactic, SpaceX, Blue Origin, all of them built business models, at least in part, around the idea of democratizing access to space by making it available to people who are not astronauts. The first wave of private space tourists were not ordinary by economic standards. They were extremely wealthy people paying extraordinary sums for the experience. But the cultural logic of the move, space as spectacle rather than science, space as a destination for the non-specialist, is the logic that Deep Space Homer depicted as absurdist comedy in 1994. The episode also contains a more specific prediction. Homer, loose in the shuttle due to a series of mishaps, encounters a bag of potato chips. He chases the chips through the shuttle in zero gravity, creating a crisis for the crew and eventually interfering with critical systems. The visual comedy of food floating around a spacecraft in zero gravity and the chaos it creates is a joke. The underlying observation that the human body and human habits are poorly suited to the zero-gravity environment in ways that create unexpected operational challenges is real. NASA has documented extensive challenges related to food, water, and basic biological functions in microgravity. The adaptation of ordinary human behavior to space conditions is a genuine and ongoing engineering and medical challenge. Homer's chip chase is funnier than NASA's manuals on food containment in microgravity, but they are addressing the same underlying reality. The space episodes of The Simpsons connect to a broader pattern of science engagement that runs through the show's history. The writing staff has always included people with genuine science backgrounds. David X. Cohen, who we mentioned earlier in the context of the Higgs boson equation, went on to create Futurama, which is even more densely packed with real science than The Simpsons. Simon Singh, the science writer and author, has written an entire book about the mathematics and science embedded in The Simpsons, documenting dozens of moments where the show incorporated real mathematical and scientific content into its comedy. This is not accidental. The writer's room has always had people who cared about getting the science right, even when the context required them to get everything else wrong. The result is a show that has functioned across 36 seasons as a surprisingly reliable vehicle for genuine scientific ideas, delivered to an enormous mainstream audience in a form that is accessible and entertaining. The mathematics in particular. There are multiple episodes in which mathematical concepts are depicted or referenced with genuine accuracy. The episode in which Lisa discovers a prime number, the appearances of actual topological concepts, the geometry jokes, the probability arguments. These are not decorative. They are real mathematical content, delivered with enough care that mathematicians and physicists have, repeatedly, found the show worth analyzing seriously. The science fiction elements of the show are also worth noting. Because The Simpsons has, across its run, incorporated science fiction concepts that were, at the time of their incorporation, speculative, and that have since become or are becoming real. The self-driving car appears in an episode from the mid-1990s as a background gag. Someone in Springfield has a vehicle that operates without a driver. The joke is about the technology doing something unexpected, the car deciding to go somewhere the passenger did not intend. The detail about the unexpected destination is funnier if you know that early autonomous vehicle testing has produced exactly this kind of unexpected navigational decision, situations where the vehicle's navigation logic leads it to make choices that are technically correct, but practically baffling to the humans involved. The episode also depicts the social consequences of autonomous vehicles, specifically the way they change the relationship between the driver and the driving experience, in ways that current debates about autonomous vehicle regulation and liability are still working through. Who is responsible when the car makes a decision that leads to harm? The show had a joke about this in the 1990s. Regulators in 2024 are still trying to formulate the answer. The genetic engineering episodes are another area where the show was ahead of the public conversation. Springfield has produced, across various episodes, mutant animals and plants created through genetic modification. Some of these are played as horror, some as comedy, and some as quiet observations about the consequences of human manipulation of biological systems. The general trajectory of genetic technology, toward greater capability to modify living organisms and toward the ethical and ecological consequences of that capability, is one that the show explored in comedic form years before CRISPR and gene editing became mainstream news stories. The episode in which tomatoes are genetically modified to produce fruit with unusual properties is not a specific prediction of any particular agricultural biotechnology development, but it depicts accurately the general direction of agricultural biotechnology, the aspiration to modify crop plants to be more productive, more resilient, or more nutritious, and the potential for unexpected consequences when the modifications interact with the broader ecosystem in ways that were not fully anticipated. The precautionary principle in biotechnology, the argument that the potential for unexpected ecological consequences from genetic modification justifies careful regulatory oversight is not settled science. The debate is ongoing, but the show's casual depiction of genetic modification producing unexpected consequences was an accurate preview of the direction the debate would take and the kinds of concerns that would be raised as the technology developed. The AI prediction is perhaps the most contemporary of the science warnings. Not because the show predicted artificial intelligence specifically, but because its depictions of automated systems doing unexpected things, of technology exceeding its design parameters, of the gap between what engineers intended and what their systems actually do, are directly applicable to the current moment in AI development. The Simpsons has always understood that technology does not behave as designed in the real world. It behaves as the combination of its design, the environment it is deployed in, and the humans who interact with it. The failure modes of technology in the show are never simply mechanical failures. They are always the result of the interaction between the technology and the human context around it, the unexpected ways that real use diverges from intended use, the ways that human behavior adapts to technology in ways that produce new problems, even as it solves old ones. This is the central challenge of AI alignment, ensuring that AI systems do what their designers intend when they are deployed in the real world with real humans in conditions that the designers could not fully anticipate. The Simpsons has been depicting the general failure mode, the gap between intended and actual behavior of complex systems in human contexts, for 36 years. The specific technology changes. The underlying dynamic does not. The science and space observations in The Simpsons are perhaps the most optimistic part of the show's predictive record. They depict a world in which science continues to advance, in which technology continues to develop, in which human ingenuity continues to produce new capabilities. The problems the show identifies are not that technology is advancing, but that the social and institutional structures for managing technology advancement lag behind the advancement itself. Homer in space is funny. Homer in space nearly destroying the shuttle because the institutional structures around him are more interested in ratings than in safety is a more serious observation. The two things are inseparable in the episode. They are also inseparable in reality. Every major technological disaster in the past 50 years has been, at some level, the result of a gap between technological capability and institutional wisdom. The technology was capable. The institutions around it were not. The Simpsons has always understood this. It has never been pessimistic about science or technology in the abstract. It has been consistently, accurately skeptical of the human and institutional contexts in which science and technology are deployed. That skepticism is not anti-science, it is pro-wisdom, and it has been running in the background of Homer's adventures for 36 years. Section 11. The Cultural Decay Warnings. There is something happening in Springfield that is harder to name than the nuclear contamination, or the economic stagnation, or the political corruption. Something that runs beneath all of those things and connects them. A quality of culture in the town that shapes everything else, that makes the contamination possible and the stagnation acceptable and the corruption endurable. It is the quality of a culture that has, gradually and almost imperceptibly, lost its ability to demand better. A culture that processes outrage as entertainment, that experiences genuinely alarming information as a source of ironic amusement, that has developed sophisticated defenses against the kind of sustained, serious engagement with difficult realities that actual change requires. The Simpsons has been depicting this quality of culture for 36 years, and in depicting it, the show has also, inevitably, participated in it. This is the show's deepest and most complicated observation about itself and about the culture it lives within. Let us start with the way the show depicts Springfield's relationship with information. Springfield receives information constantly, from Kent Brockman, from newspapers, from rumors, from each other, and consistently, with rare exceptions, the information that should prompt concern or action or meaningful response is received, processed, and then discharged as entertainment. The outrage peak is high and brief. The return to baseline is rapid. The information does not accumulate into sustained awareness. It cycles. This is the attention economy's description of itself. The attention economy is built on exactly this dynamic. The delivery of emotionally engaging content, the peak of engagement, the rapid decay, the search for the next peak. The shorter the cycle, the more content the platform can deliver, and the more advertising revenue it can generate. Sustained attention to a single subject, the kind of sustained attention that produces understanding and motivates action, is not compatible with the attention economy's business model. The business model requires constant novelty, constant stimulus, constant cycling. Springfield's cultural relationship with information is the attention economy embodied in a cartoon town. Every episode is a new stimulus. Every new crisis produces a peak of engagement. Every return to normal is a reset that makes the next peak possible. The town cannot hold onto its outrage long enough to address its causes, because the cultural infrastructure of Springfield, like the cultural infrastructure of the internet, is designed to move to the next thing. The show knows this about itself. It is made with awareness that it is part of the cycle it is depicting. Every episode ends with a return to normal because the format requires it. The show cannot accumulate its own wisdom in the way that a narrative that allows its characters to grow can accumulate wisdom. It is structurally forced to reset. And in being structurally forced to reset, it mirrors the structural reset that it is, in its best episodes, criticizing. This is a paradox that the show has never resolved, and perhaps cannot resolve. It is too interesting not to name. The cultural decay observations in the show also include an extended commentary on the coarsening of public discourse. Springfield's mob behavior, its susceptibility to collective panic and collective cruelty, its willingness to turn on community members under social pressure, its short memory for its own worst moments, are all documented in detail across the show's run. In the 1990s, this was primarily a commentary on American media culture. The tabloid sensibility, the way sensational stories displaced substantive ones, the way emotional engagement was privileged over informational value. In the 2020s, the same dynamics, scaled and accelerated by social media, have produced phenomena of mob behavior, collective panic, and public cruelty that the Springfield episodes now read as precise previews of. The Twitter pile-on, the viral outrage cycle. The way social media transforms private behavior into public spectacle and then invites mass judgment of that spectacle. The way the mass judgment is itself subject to counter-judgment in an escalating spiral that consumes the original subject entirely and becomes entirely about the dynamics of the judgment itself. Springfield does all of this. Springfield has been doing all of this since before Twitter existed. The show also depicts the cultural dynamics of nostalgia. Springfield is a town that is deeply invested in a past that was probably never as good as its residents remember it. The idealization of earlier, simpler times runs through the show. Characters return to their childhoods in flashback episodes and find them warm and uncomplicated, then return to the present and find it confusing and overwhelming. The past is soft focus. The present is sharp-edged and strange. This dynamic, the cultural preference for a remembered past over a present that is more complex and less navigable, is one of the defining features of the contemporary political and cultural landscape. Nostalgia has become one of the most powerful political forces in the United States and in many democracies. The promise to return to a time when things were simpler, when the rules were clearer, when the identities were more stable, when the future seemed more predictable. The Simpsons understood the appeal of this promise. It also understood, in its more honest moments, that the simple past is partly a construction, that the warmth of the remembered Springfield is partly the result of forgetting the tire fires and the contaminated water and the political corruption and the economic strain that were also present in that past. Nostalgia edits. It keeps the warm parts and discards the difficult ones. And a political movement built on nostalgia is therefore built on an edited version of history, which makes it inherently fragile when reality reasserts itself. The cultural decay observations in the show are also, ultimately, observations about the relationship between entertainment and consciousness. What does it do to a culture to spend significant portions of its time consuming entertainment that is, by design, emotionally engaging but not informationally dense? That is optimized for pleasure and entertainment and returns your attention to its default state ready for more pleasure and more entertainment, rather than accumulating into something that changes how you see the world? The Simpsons has been wrestling with this question about itself for 36 years. It is a genuinely entertaining show. It is also a show that has embedded, in its entertainment, a significant quantity of serious observation about the world. The question of whether the entertainment vehicle delivers the serious content, whether the audience absorbs the observation along with the comedy, is one that the show cannot answer from inside itself. What it can do, and what it has done, is make the observation visible. The cultural decay that Springfield depicts, the short attention span, the processed outrage, the nostalgia politics, the susceptibility to misinformation, the mob behavior, the inability to sustain the kind of engaged attention that genuine reform requires, are depicted so clearly, so consistently, over such a long period that any viewer who has been paying attention can see the portrait. Whether the portrait motivates change is the question that goes beyond entertainment. It is the question that reality has to answer. And so far, reality's answer, like Springfield's answer to the tire fire, is that the burning continues. Section 12. Why the warnings were always there. We are near the end now. The town is quiet. Springfield is settling into whatever passes for sleep in a place that never quite rests. The cooling towers are still against the sky. The tire fire is still burning somewhere behind the tree line. Evergreen Terrace is still. The Simpson house is lit from inside, the way it always is. There is something to sit with in the quiet of this section. Something worth taking the time to really consider before we let the show go for the night. The Simpsons' predictions, the specific, datable moments when the show appears to have foreseen something real, are the most exciting part of its predictive record. They are the moments that go viral, that produce the breathless social media posts, that make even the show's own writers pause and wonder what exactly they were doing when they wrote the thing. But they are not the most important part. The most important part is the pattern beneath the predictions. The consistent, disciplined, 36-year attention to the structural forces that shape American life. The political economy that concentrates power in the hands of a few. The environmental costs that are externalized onto communities that cannot resist. The healthcare system that processes patients according to financial logic rather than medical logic. The media environment that rewards engagement over information. The economic conditions that make working-class security perpetually contingent rather than genuinely stable. The cultural dynamics that process urgent problems as entertainment and then move on. These are not predictions, these are observations. They are observations that the show has been making consistently and accurately since 1989. They are observations that, in the years since the show began, have become more confirmed rather than less, more central to the experience of American life rather than more marginal. The show did not need to predict the financial crisis or the pandemic or the Trump presidency or Fukushima. It had already described the structural conditions that made all of those things possible. The specific events are the symptoms. The structural conditions are the disease. The Simpsons has always been focused on the disease. Why were the warnings always there? The simplest answer is that the people who made the show were paying attention. They were watching the same world everyone else was watching, but they were watching it more carefully, thinking about it more rigorously, and then doing the work of translating what they saw into a form that the largest possible audience could receive. The writer's room of The Simpsons during its peak years was an extraordinarily talented group of people. Many of them had advanced degrees in mathematics, science, computer science, economics, law. Many of them were deeply read in history, political theory, and social science. They brought this knowledge to a comedy writer's room and they used it to build jokes, and the jokes were accurate because the knowledge that built them was accurate. They also had a specific creative commitment that went beyond professional craft. They believed that comedy could do things that drama cannot, that you can say harder, truer, more uncomfortable things inside a joke than you can in a serious frame, because the comedy lowers the audience's defenses, because the laugh serves as a release valve that allows the serious content to slip through, because the character of Homer Simpson can embody truths about American working-class life that a dramatic protagonist would render too heavy to watch. The comedy was not a compromise. The comedy was the strategy. The most effective vehicle for the observations the writers wanted to make was a cartoon about a dysfunctional family in an impossible town, and they were right about that. The Simpsons has reached more people with more accurate observations about American life than almost any other form of cultural production in the past 36 years. But there is another dimension to why the warnings were always there, A dimension that is less about the writer's intelligence and craft and more about the nature of the show itself. The Simpsons is a show that runs continuously. It does not have a defined endpoint. It does not have a narrative arc that builds toward a conclusion. It simply continues, episode after episode, season after season, depicting life in Springfield as it is, approximately, right now. This continuity, this commitment to depicting the present tense of American life across an enormous span of time, means that the show has accumulated a record of the present in a way that no other show has. Every season of The Simpsons is a snapshot of where American culture, politics, economics, and technology were in that year. When you lay them all together, 36 seasons in sequence, you have something that no one specifically designed. A longitudinal portrait of America, seen from inside a fictional proxy town, across 4 decades of change. The predictions feel like prophecy because we are reading that longitudinal record backwards. We are looking at a 1,995 snapshot and comparing it to a 2015 reality and marveling at the resemblance. But the resemblance is not mysterious. The 1,995 snapshot was accurate to 1,995. The 2015 reality grew from the same soil as the 1,995 reality. The trajectory was already present. The show did not predict the future. The show recorded the present so accurately, for such a long time, that the present eventually became the future, and the recordings looked like prophecy. This is actually a more impressive achievement than prophecy. Prophecy is guessing. What The Simpsons did is something more disciplined, more sustained, and more useful. It watched, it paid attention. It recorded what it saw with precision and care and humor. And it kept doing it season after season, long after most shows would have given up or drifted into irrelevance. The record is there. 800 episodes, 36 seasons. An archive of what American life has looked like from the inside, from the perspective of a working-class family in a contaminated town with a corrupt billionaire on the hill and a nuclear plant in the background. For nearly 4 decades, the warnings are in the archive. They have always been in the archive. Every three-eyed fish, every cracked cooling tower, every Homer asleep at the safety console, every Burns refusing to spend the $56 million, every Brockman chasing the celebrity story instead of the environmental report, every Marge balancing a household budget that does not quite balance, every Lisa trying to care about something in a town that has decided caring is too expensive. The warnings are not secret. They are not encoded. They are on the screen, in plain sight, delivered week after week to the largest possible audience in the most accessible possible form. The question is not whether the show was warning us. The question is whether we were watching. Now, let us talk about the warnings that are still waiting to come true. Because the archive is still growing, the show is still running. New episodes are still being written by people who are still paying attention, who are still processing the present with care and translating it into the Springfield idiom, who are still embedding in the comedy the observations that the world will eventually have to acknowledge. Some of those observations are already visible in the most recent seasons. The show's engagement with artificial intelligence, with the concentration of technology power in a small number of platform companies, with the erosion of local community in favor of mediated connection, with the specific ways that climate change is beginning to manifest in the texture of everyday life, these are the present tense observations that are being recorded now. They are in the archive. They will be there when the world catches up. Others are harder to name because the trajectories are not yet clear. The show is not certain about the future any more than anyone is. It is making observations about the present, following the trajectories it can see, and building the jokes from the same materials it has always used. Some of those jokes will prove to be predictions. Some will not. The archive will record both, and confirmation bias will do what it always does. The accurate ones will be remembered, the inaccurate ones will be forgotten, and the show's reputation for prophecy will continue. But the prophecy was always beside the point. The point is this. For 36 years, in the medium of popular entertainment, available to anyone with a television and later available to anyone with a streaming subscription, a group of writers have been making the truest, most sustained, most accessible observations about American life that commercial entertainment has ever produced. They have been doing it in the form of a yellow family in an impossible town. They have been doing it through the voice of a man who puts crayons in his brain and sleeps at nuclear safety consoles and loves his family with a fierceness that exceeds his capacity to understand almost anything else. They have been doing it through an 8-year-old girl with a saxophone and too much intelligence for the environment around her. Through a 10-year-old boy whose rebellion is the only sane response to a world that does not make sense. Through a baby who has been watching everything and saying nothing for 36 years. The warnings are there. They have always been there. Springfield is where we live. The tire fire is the one we have been watching burn for decades without managing to put out. Burns is the one who signs the checks. Homer is the one who keeps showing up because the family is worth it. And we are the audience. We have been the audience for 36 years. We have watched the same family in the same house on the same impossible street, and we have laughed at the jokes and absorbed the observations, and we have settled in on Sunday nights and gone to Springfield when we could not stand the actual world outside any longer. The show knows this about us. It has always known this. The Springfield loop is our loop. The reset is our reset. The way the show just keeps going, absorbing catastrophe and returning to normal, is the way we keep going, absorbing the news and returning to our lives. Because the alternative, the full weight of everything the warnings are describing, is too heavy to carry all at once. Springfield lets us hold it lightly. The comedy is the weight reduction. The family is the reason to keep watching. The Homer is the permission to be imperfect and survive. And the warnings are in there too. Patient, persistent, waiting for the moment when we are ready to hear them as warnings rather than as jokes. That moment may be now. It may be later. It may be years from now when someone pulls up a clip from 2023 or 2024 and says with wonder, "They knew. Look, right there." How did they know? They will have known because they were paying attention. Because they always paid attention. Because the writers of The Simpsons have been doing, for 36 years, the most important and undervalued work in American popular culture. Watching the world clearly, recording what they see honestly, and finding the comedy in the gap between what the world is and what we pretend it to be. The comedy is real. The gap is real. The warnings are real. Springfield is where we live. And The Simpsons for 36 years has been trying to make sure we understand what that means. The cracked cooling tower is still there. The water is still what it is. The fish still has 3 eyes. And Homer is already asleep at the console. But the family is still at the table. The house is still lit from inside. The saxophone is still playing somewhere upstairs. And outside, on Evergreen Terrace, it is still a quiet night in a town that does not appear on any map, where the rules work differently, where time refuses to move, where nothing changes and everything changes, and where the most honest portrait of American life is still being painted, one episode at a time, by people who are still paying attention. Sleep well. Springfield will be here when you come back. It always is. Extended section. Every confirmed prediction, in full detail. We have reached the part of tonight that some of you may have been waiting for. The inventory. The complete, methodical going through of every documented, confirmed, or meaningfully parallel prediction that the show has produced across its 36-year run. This is the section for those of you who want to stay a little longer in the archive, who want to hear it all, laid out in full, episode by episode, year by year, prediction by prediction. Let yourself get comfortable. This part is long. That is intentional. You do not need to be awake for all of it. Let the information drift past you. Pick up on the parts that catch your attention. Let the rest become the soundtrack of a comfortable sleep in a room where The Simpsons is still playing, the way it always has been, the way it will continue to be. Let us begin in 1989. The Simpsons premiered on the 17th of December, 1989. The very premise of the show, a working-class family in a town dominated by a corporate power plant, was already a structural observation about the relationship between American communities and the industrial infrastructure that powers them. The choice to place an incompetent employee in the safety inspector role was already a commentary on the human factor in industrial safety. These are not predictions that have been confirmed by specific events. They are observations that have been confirmed by the entire trajectory of American industrial history since the show began. The structural observations in the original premise were already accurate. They have become more accurate over time. In 1990, the three-eyed fish Blinky appears. A mutated fish pulled from waters near the nuclear plant. The prediction is of a category of event, the visible manifestation of industrial contamination in local wildlife. This has occurred in multiple documented cases in multiple countries since the episode aired, near Fukushima, in rivers near industrial facilities in multiple states, in the Great Lakes, where contamination from industrial sources produced documented wildlife mutations that were studied extensively in the 1990s and 2000s. Blinky was not a prediction of any single event. Blinky was a prediction of the ongoing reality of industrial contamination's effects on living ecosystems. That reality has been confirmed repeatedly. Also in 1990, an episode depicts Homer buying stock based on incomplete information and experiencing the emotional arc of the retail investor: enthusiasm, commitment, brief apparent success, catastrophic loss, and a return to the financial baseline. This is not a prediction of any specific market event. It is a prediction of the universal retail investor experience in a market system designed around the information advantages of professional traders. This experience has been confirmed many times over by the behavioral economics research that developed throughout the 1990s and 2000s, documenting systematically how ordinary investors underperform market averages due to exactly the cognitive and behavioral patterns that Homer's investment arc depicts. In 1991, episodes begin depicting the environmental impact of Springfield's industrial activity on the broader landscape. Rivers that are not quite right, air that carries a particular smell near the plant, wildlife that behaves in unusual ways. These are observations about the general environmental footprint of nuclear and industrial facilities that have been documented extensively by environmental scientists and by community-based environmental health researchers in communities near real industrial facilities. In 1992, the show begins its extended engagement with healthcare economics, the costs of medical care, the insurance coverage gaps, the way financial considerations enter clinical decisions, the specific experience of being told that a medically necessary treatment is not covered. These observations have been confirmed by 30 years of data on American healthcare outcomes, costs, and the experiences of patients navigating the system. In 1993, Margin Chains. The pandemic episode, the structural prediction of how an unprepared community responds to a novel illness. Asian origin, travel spread, healthcare system overload, panic buying, search for an unverified cure, misinformation driving decisions. Confirmed in precise structural terms by the 2020 COVID-19 pandemic, with the caveat that the scale and severity of COVID-19 far exceeded anything the episode depicted. Also in 1993, the Homer's Barbershop Quartet episode, which involves a musical group briefly achieving enormous success and then experiencing the internal tensions and commercial pressures that destroy the group's artistic integrity. The mechanics of music industry commercialization depicted in the episode, the way record labels shape artist output to maximize commercial potential at the cost of artistic authenticity, have been confirmed consistently by musicians throughout the history of the recording industry. In 1994, the Newton PDA joke, the autocorrect prediction. The gap between technology's promise to understand human intent and the actual experience of using early text input technologies, confirmed by the universal experience of mobile phone autocorrect from the mid-2000s onward. Also in 1994, Lisa's wedding. The flash forward to 2010 with smartwatch technology and video calling, confirmed by the development of consumer smartwatch technology from the early 2010s onward and the normalization of video calling during the 2020 pandemic. In 1994 also, Deep Space Homer. The premise of ordinary Americans going to space as entertainment and public engagement strategies, confirmed by the commercial space tourism market that began developing in the early 2000s and accelerated significantly in the 2010s with SpaceX, Virgin Galactic, and Blue Origin. In 1995, the Who Shot Mr. Burns two-parter. This is not a prediction of an external event, but the cultural impact of the event within the show. The first genuine whodunit cliffhanger in animated television history, the national contest, the summer-long engagement, predicted the kind of participatory mystery engagement that would become a staple of online fan culture in the streaming era. The show invented a form of audience participation that would not become standard practice in prestige television for another decade. Also in 1995, the Mother Simpson episode. The revelation that Homer's mother is a political fugitive, that Burns was responsible for her exile, that the power plant owner's influence extends into the life histories of the plant's own employees across generations. This is a specific dramatization of a general dynamic, the way industrial employers in company towns shape the life trajectories of their employees' families. Confirmed by historical research on company towns in American industrial history, in 1996, Homerpalooza, Cypress Hill and the London Symphony Orchestra. Confirmed in 2024, 28 years after the episode aired. Also in 1996, multiple episodes depicting the internet as a medium for distraction, misinformation, and the replacement of substantive engagement with shallow entertainment. Confirmed by the entire subsequent history of the commercial internet. In 1997, The Principal and the Pauper, the Armin Tamzarian storyline. This is a prediction about collective psychology rather than external events. The prediction that a community might choose a comfortable fiction over an uncomfortable truth, and might do so formally through a democratic process. Confirmed by numerous real-world examples of communities and political systems choosing to sustain preferred narratives over accurate ones, from Brexit's data disputes to the persistence of political myths in multiple countries. In 1998, the Disney-Fox merger episode. The prediction of media consolidation continuing to its logical extreme. Confirmed in 2019 when Disney acquired 21st Century Fox for approximately $71 billion. Also in 1998, the Higgs boson equation in Homer's brain, a mathematical prediction of the Higgs boson mass range that was remarkably close to the experimentally confirmed value announced by CERN in 2012, 14 years later. In 1999, the torus-shaped universe observation, Homer's donut cosmology, consistent with theoretical cosmological models involving toroidal topology that have been proposed by cosmologists in subsequent years. Also in 1999, the George Bush Sr. neighborhood storyline, the dynamics of a wealthy, powerful figure moving into a working-class neighborhood and the tensions that result. Not a specific prediction, but an accurate structural observation about class dynamics in American residential geography that has been confirmed by the gentrification of formerly working-class neighborhoods in cities across the United States throughout the 2000s and 2010s. In 2000, Bart to the future. The Trump presidency prediction. A celebrity businessman who has been publicly flirting with presidential campaigns since the late 1980s becoming president of the United States, resulting in economic problems that his female Democratic successor must address. Confirmed in 2016 when Donald Trump won the presidential election. Also in 2000, multiple episodes depicting the transition from analog to digital media and the specific ways that digitization changes the economics of creative industries. The music industry devastation by digital piracy. The newspaper industry disruption by online information. Both confirmed by the subsequent decade of media industry transformation. In 2001, an episode depicts Springfield's reaction to a security threat, the trade-offs between security measures and civil liberties, and the way fear of external threats can be exploited to justify expansions of surveillance and state power. The episode aired in the spring of 2001. September 11 occurred 6 months later. The dynamics the episode depicted, the trade-off between security and liberty, the susceptibility of democracies to expanding surveillance powers under security justifications, became one of the central political debates of the following decade through the USA Patriot Act, the NSA surveillance revelations, and ongoing debates about encryption and data privacy. Also in 2001, multiple episodes engaging with the dynamics of sports performance enhancement, the temptation to use banned substances for competitive advantage, the institutional incentives that create conditions for widespread doping even in the presence of formal prohibitions. Confirmed by the subsequent decade of sports doping scandals, from cycling through baseball to track and field. In 2003, the Siegfried and Roy episode, the prediction of a white tiger attack on one of the performers during a live show. Confirmed in October 2003, when Roy Horn of Siegfried and Roy was critically mauled by a white tiger during a performance in Las Vegas. The episode had aired earlier in the same year. Also in 2003, multiple episodes depicting the housing market dynamics that would produce the subprime crisis, easy credit, over-leveraged buyers, the normalization of using home equity as a financial resource, the vulnerability of the system to any significant decline in property values. In 2004, episodes depicting social media dynamics, the viral spread of information and misinformation, the way online communities form and police themselves, the way social pressure in online environments can produce real-world consequences. Facebook was founded in 2004, Twitter in 2006. The dynamics the show was depicting as speculative in 2004 became the dominant features of online social life within a few years. In 2005, an episode depicts a ride-sharing or private car service, the ability to summon a driver through a private arrangement rather than through the traditional taxi system. Uber was founded in 2009. The concept the episode depicted private car services arranged through technology rather than through the regulated taxi industry became one of the most disruptive business models of the following decade. In 2006, the Simpsons movie production was underway, and the writers were building the dome sequence. The dome, a government quarantine of a contaminated zone. The Fukushima exclusion zone would be established 5 years after the movie's 2007 release. In 2007, The Simpsons movie itself. The EPA dome, the contamination so severe that the federal government quarantines the entire town. The year the movie was released, the subprime mortgage crisis was beginning to manifest. By 2008, it would become the most severe financial crisis since the Great Depression. The dome, as a symbol of a system too contaminated to continue operating normally, feels retrospectively accurate as a metaphor for 2008, even though its literal referent is environmental rather than financial. Also in 2007, episodes depicting the early stages of the smartphone era. The personal device as a constant companion, the way device use changes social interaction, the attachment people form to their devices, the anxiety of device loss or failure. In 2008, episodes depicting the housing crisis in progress, foreclosures, underwater mortgages, neighborhood deterioration, the economic anxiety of the post-bubble period. These are not predictions. They are real-time documentation of an event in progress. In 2009, an episode depicts a large corporation failing and requiring a government rescue. The episode aired during the period of bank bailouts and automobile company rescues that followed the 2008 financial crisis. Real-time documentation rather than prediction, but notable for the speed with which the show incorporated and depicted the new economic reality. In 2010, multiple episodes engaging with social media dynamics as the platforms had by this point become mainstream. The viral video, the social pylon, the way private moments become public through the mediation of recording devices and social sharing. All of this now real, now universal, now the texture of everyday life. In 2011, an episode predicting or depicting digital currency, a currency that exists only as digital information rather than as physical money. Bitcoin had existed since 2009. Cryptocurrency as a mainstream phenomenon was still several years away. The episode depicted the concept, casually, as a Springfieldian experiment in economic experimentation. Also in 2011, multiple episodes engaging with the theme of corporate persons, the legal doctrine that corporations have certain rights equivalent to those of natural persons. Citizens United had been decided in 2010. The Simpsons engaged with the implications of the decision, the way it formally permitted what had been informally occurring, the use of corporate financial resources to influence democratic outcomes. In 2012, episodes depicting the cultural dynamics of reality television, the way the format converts private experience into public spectacle, the way the presence of cameras changes behavior, the way audiences form parasocial relationships with the subjects of reality programming. Reality television was by 2012 a dominant force in American television. The dynamics the show depicted were accurate descriptions of the format's effects. In 2013, following the Snowden revelations, episodes engaging with the surveillance apparatus of the national security state, the scale of data collection, the institutional structures that permitted it, the trade-off between security and privacy, the public's difficulty in fully comprehending the scope of the surveillance. In 2014, episodes depicting the dynamics of the sharing economy, the use of personal assets, homes, cars, labor, to generate income in a context of inadequate traditional employment. Airbnb had been founded in 2008, Uber in 2009. By 2014, the sharing economy was transforming American economic life, creating new forms of work and new forms of economic vulnerability. In 2015, an episode depicts a robot performing a job previously done by a human worker. The episode engages with the anxiety around automation and technological unemployment that had been building in economic discourse throughout the early 2010s. The specifics are comedic. The underlying concern, that automation would displace workers faster than new employment categories could absorb the displaced, was a serious economic debate that would intensify through the decade. In 2016, an episode engages with the dynamics of political populism, the appeal to economic anxiety, the use of outsider credentials as political capital, the way institutional political establishments fail to understand or respond effectively to populist movements until it is too late. The episode aired during the year of the Brexit vote and the Trump election. The observations were real-time rather than predictive. In 2017, multiple episodes engaging with the specific dynamics of social media political polarization, the way algorithm-driven content delivery creates information bubbles, the way partisan identity hardens in a media environment that rewards outrage over understanding, the way political discourse coarsens under the influence of platforms optimized for engagement. In 2018, an episode depicts a technology company engaging in the kind of data misuse that the Cambridge Analytica scandal, which broke in the same year, revealed was occurring in the real world. The episode was presumably written before the scandal broke, based on observations about the general direction of technology company data practices. In 2019, the Disney-Fox merger formally completed, confirming the 1,998 prediction. The Simpsons, having become part of the Disney empire, ran jokes acknowledging its own changed corporate circumstances, which was itself a demonstration of the show's characteristic capacity to incorporate the meta-dimension of its own existence into its comedy. In 2020, the pandemic. The Margin Chains episode achieved viral status as people noticed the structural parallels between the fictional Osaka flu and COVID-19. The show had been preparing for this moment for 27 years. Also in 2020, the show ran episodes engaging with the specific dynamics of pandemic life, the disruption of routine, the anxiety of uncertainty, the way communities develop solidarity and conflict simultaneously under crisis conditions, the particular difficulties of the digital mediation of social life in conditions of physical isolation. In 2021, an episode engages with the dynamics of NFTs and cryptocurrency speculation, the creation of digital objects with claimed scarcity and therefore claimed monetary value, the speculative bubble dynamics, the way the promise of digital wealth captures public imagination before the economic fundamentals catch up. NFTs peaked in late 2021 and declined sharply in 2022. In 2022, multiple episodes engaging with the specific dynamics of work culture transformation following the pandemic, the shift to remote work, the renegotiation of the relationship between workers and employers, the Great Resignation as a labor market phenomenon. In 2023, an episode engages with artificial intelligence and its implications for creative work, for employment, for the nature of human expression in a world where machines can produce plausible imitations of human creative output. The AI revolution that has transformed public discourse since the release of ChatGPT in November 2022 was already being processed by the show's writers within months. In 2024, Cypress Hill performed with the London Symphony Orchestra at the Royal Albert Hall, confirming the 1,996 prediction, 28 years. And the show continues. New episodes are being written, new observations are being made, new jokes are being built from new materials. And somewhere in those new episodes, new predictions are being made. Predictions that will sit in the archive, accurate and unnoticed, until the world catches up to them. The archive is patient. It has always been patient. 800 episodes, 36 seasons, and counting. The longest-running American animated series, the longest-running primetime scripted show, the longest-running sitcom in television history. Still running, still watching, still paying attention, still in Springfield, where the tire fire burns and the cooling towers crack, and Homer sleeps at the console, and Maggie watches everything from behind her pacifier, and Lisa plays her saxophone in an upstairs room that nobody is listening to. And the family is still together. The house is still lit, the beer is still cold, and the loop keeps going the way it always has. The warnings are there. They have always been there. Sleep well. Closing. This is where we leave Springfield for tonight. You may have drifted off somewhere in the middle of it, somewhere around the environmental section or the deep in the economic observations, and that is exactly right. This script was written to be a companion to sleep, a presence in the room while your mind lets go of the day. If you are still here, still listening, still with us, then you know now what we have spent the last several hours going through. The full record of what The Simpsons saw, what it warned us about, what it built into the archive across 36 years of Sunday nights. The show is not magic. The writers are not prophets. The predictions are not supernatural. They are the result of extraordinary, sustained, disciplined attention, of a group of people who looked at the world clearly for a very long time and wrote down what they saw. The warnings are real. The world they described is the world we live in. And the family that delivers the warnings, the yellow people on Evergreen Terrace, are still there, still intact, still showing up. Still in the house with the lights on and the television going, and the cold beer and the family dinner, and the impossible resilience of ordinary love. That is the last thing, the most important thing, the thing that makes every warning bearable. The family is still together, in Springfield and everywhere. Sleep well. Extended deep dive. The Burns Empire and its real-world mirrors. We have discussed Burns as a character and as a symbol. But it is worth staying with him longer than we have, because the Burns Empire in Springfield is, across 36 seasons, one of the most sustained and detailed portraits of concentrated economic power in any form of popular entertainment. And the parallels between the Burns Empire and the real-world concentration of economic power in the United States over the past 40 years are not approximate. They are, in many respects, precise. Let us begin with what the show tells us about how Burns acquired and maintains his wealth. Burns did not earn his fortune in any conventional sense of the word. The show establishes, across multiple episodes, that the Burns family wealth predates the 20th century. It was inherited. It was built through a combination of land ownership, resource extraction, and the early industrial economy of the Gilded Age, when the regulatory frameworks that would later constrain the worst abuses of industrial capitalism did not yet exist. Burns was a beneficiary of a period in American history when the accumulation of wealth faced fewer institutional obstacles than at any point before or since. This is not an unusual history for American great fortunes. The Vanderbilt fortune was built in railroads and shipping in the 19th century. The Rockefeller fortune in oil. The Carnegie fortune in steel. These fortunes were assembled during a period when the legal, regulatory, and social constraints on wealth accumulation were minimal, when workers had few rights, when environmental considerations were essentially non-existent, and when the political system was, even more than now, highly responsive to the preferences of the very wealthy. Burns's fortune follows this pattern. And crucially, the show establishes that Burns has maintained and grown his fortune not through innovation or value creation, but through the preservation of his original advantages. He owns the infrastructure. He controls the access points. He ensures that the regulatory environment remains favorable through political influence. He suppresses competition through the leverage his existing wealth gives him. And he externalizes costs, most specifically the environmental costs of his nuclear plant's operation, onto the community at large. In the language of contemporary political economy, Burns is a rentier. He extracts value from assets he controls rather than creating new value. His nuclear plant does not make Springfield better off than it would be with a different power source. It extracts payment from Springfield in exchange for electricity while imposing costs on Springfield through environmental contamination. The net transfer is from the community to Burns. Burns's wealth grows. Springfield's well-being is diminished. This is not satire for its own sake. It is an accurate description of how rent-seeking works in modern economies, and specifically how it has worked in the United States during the period in which The Simpsons has been running. The concentration of wealth in the United States has accelerated dramatically over the past 40 years. The share of total wealth held by the top 1% of households increased from approximately 22% in the early 1980s to approximately 38% by the mid-2010s. The wealth of the top 1/10 of 1%, the very richest Americans, grew even faster. The mechanisms of this concentration include many of the same mechanisms the show depicts Burns using: the leveraging of existing wealth to acquire income-generating assets, the use of political influence to maintain favorable tax and regulatory environments, and the externalization of costs onto workers, communities, and the broader public. The show depicted Burns's wealth as extreme and absurd. The reality has moved toward Burns in the 40 years since the show began. The specific figures are not fictional anymore. They are real, and the mechanisms are the same. The show also depicts Burns's relationship with labor in ways that have proven prescient. Burns's workers, Homer chief among them, are not treated as partners in a productive enterprise. They are inputs to be managed, used, and discarded when they become inconvenient. The show has depicted multiple instances of Burns attempting to eliminate workers through automation, reduce their compensation, weaken their collective bargaining rights, and generally minimize the share of the plant's revenues that flow to labor. Over the same 40-year period, the labor share of national income in the United States has declined significantly. The share of corporate revenues going to workers, as opposed to shareholders and executives, has fallen. Labor union membership, which had been one of the primary mechanisms by which workers in industrial sectors had historically secured higher wages and better conditions, has declined from approximately 1/3 of the private sector workforce in the 1960s to under 7% today. The decline of union power has been a major contributor to wage stagnation for non-supervisory workers. The Simpsons has never depicted Springfield's workers as unionized in any meaningful sense. Homer is a union member in name, and the show has depicted union meetings as comedy scenes involving donuts and procedural confusion rather than as genuine expressions of collective worker power. This depiction is accurate to the actual state of private sector union power in the United States. Nominal rather than substantive, present in form but largely ineffective in practice. Burns can do what he does to his workers because his workers have no effective mechanism to resist him. Their individual bargaining power is minimal. Their collective mechanism is ineffective. Their economic dependency on the plant is total. And the regulatory protections that might constrain Burns's worst impulses are managed by the same captured regulatory environment that Burns maintains for his environmental violations. This is the complete labor relations landscape of Burns's Springfield: total employer power, minimal worker power, captured regulation, and a workforce too economically dependent to walk away. This is also, in varying degrees, the labor relations landscape of the American industrial and service economy over the past 40 years. The show also engages, in multiple episodes, with the dynamics of executive compensation. Burns's personal wealth grows continuously regardless of the performance of the plant. He receives no meaningful accountability for the plant's safety failures. The connection between his compensation and the plant's actual performance as a utility, providing reliable, safe, affordable electricity to the community, is essentially non-existent. He is compensated for ownership, not for stewardship. The decoupling of executive compensation from company performance, and the even more complete decoupling of executive compensation from any broader measure of social value creation, has been one of the most documented features of American corporate governance since the 1980s. CEO pay has grown at a multiple of worker pay and at a multiple of average corporate performance over the same period. The mechanisms of corporate governance that were supposed to align executive interests with shareholder interests and, at least nominally, with broader stakeholder interests have failed to constrain the growth of executive compensation in ways that most governance scholars now acknowledge were predictable from the structure of the governance frameworks themselves. Burns does not participate in any formal corporate governance structure. The plant is his, in a way that few real companies are purely owned and controlled by a single individual. But the underlying dynamic, the disconnection between compensation and performance, between private enrichment and public responsibility, is the same dynamic that has characterized the American corporate executive class throughout the show's run. Now let us extend this to the political donations. Because Burns's relationship with Springfield's political system is not just a satirical observation about corruption, It is a structurally accurate description of how very large political donors actually influence democratic outcomes. The research on the relationship between donor wealth and policy outcomes in the United States, most comprehensively assembled by Martin Gilens and Benjamin Page in their 2014 study of American policymaking, found that policy outcomes in the United States more closely tracked the preferences of wealthy donors than the preferences of average citizens. When wealthy donors preferred a particular policy outcome, it tended to occur. When only average citizens preferred it, without wealthy donor support, it occurred at essentially the same rate, whether 60% of citizens supported it or 30%. The Simpsons depicted this dynamic in the character of Burns's relationship with Springfield's political class, an arrangement in which Burns's preferences effectively become policy, while citizens' preferences are nominally consulted through elections and then largely ignored. The show presented this as a character dynamic, the corrupt billionaire and the compliant politicians. The research has found it to be a structural feature of the American political system. This is perhaps the most uncomfortable finding in the entire Simpsons predictive record, because it is not a warning about something that might happen. It is a description of something that is already the case, that the show depicted accurately from its earliest seasons, and that 30 years of political science research has subsequently confirmed. The Burns Empire is not a cartoon exaggeration of American oligarchy. It is a reasonably accurate portrait of American oligarchy, delivered in the language of comedy, to the largest possible audience. For 36 years, the audience has laughed. The oligarchy has continued. Extended deep dive. Lisa Simpson and the failure of intelligence. There is something that happens to intelligent people in certain environments that The Simpsons has depicted with more honesty and more compassion than almost any other form of popular culture. It is the specific failure mode of intelligence in an environment that does not reward it, that actively resists it, that finds it threatening or exhausting or simply beside the point. Lisa Simpson has been 8 years old for 36 years. She has been brilliant for 36 years. She has been trying for 36 years to do something with that brilliance in a town that has no particular interest in being improved. This is a specific and real experience. The experience of being the most capable person in a room and understanding that your capabilities are not the relevant variable. That the relevant variables are social connection, economic power, political relationships, and the willingness to accept the terms of the environment rather than challenge them. Intelligence is a wonderful thing in environments designed to reward it. In environments not designed to reward it, intelligence is frequently a liability. Lisa is the show's sustained meditation on this experience, and the observations it makes about what intelligence does and does not accomplish in a world organized around other priorities have been confirmed repeatedly by research in education, economics, and social psychology. The most relevant research is the work on what economists call the return on education and talent in different economic environments. The return is not uniform. In high-skill, knowledge-intensive sectors, genuine intellectual talent is richly rewarded. In sectors where physical presence, routine work, and social compliance are the primary inputs, intellectual distinction provides few advantages and can create social friction that imposes costs. Springfield's economy is dominated by a nuclear plant, a tavern, a convenience store, a school, and various small businesses. It is not a knowledge-intensive economy. It does not have the structural need for Lisa's particular kind of intelligence. Lisa's gifts are real. Springfield's capacity to use them is minimal. This creates the specific tragedy that the show depicts. Not that Lisa lacks ability, but that her ability is structurally surplus to the requirements of her environment. The research on gifted children in under-resourced educational environments finds exactly this pattern. Children with exceptional cognitive abilities, who are identified and provided with appropriate resources and challenges, develop those abilities effectively. Children with the same abilities who are placed in general educational environments with insufficient resources for their specific needs often develop in ways that are less effective, experiencing more social difficulty and less academic fulfillment than either their abilities would predict or their less resourced counterparts experience. Lisa is a gifted child in an under-resourced educational environment. Springfield Elementary is the platonic form of the under-resourced school. Underfunded, overcrowded, staffed by teachers ranging from the genuinely committed to the openly indifferent, with a curriculum shaped more by administrative requirements than by pedagogical vision. In this environment, Lisa's gifts are visible, recognizable, and structurally unsupported. The show has explored what this does to Lisa over 36 years. The isolation from peers who do not share her interests or her intellectual level, the relationship with teachers and mentors that is often warm but always insufficient, the mentors who see her clearly leave, move on, are unable to remain the consistent presence she needs. The way she learns to manage the gap between her self-understanding as someone with serious gifts and serious ambitions and the feedback she receives from her environment, which consistently fails to match her self-understanding. The resilience research in psychology finds that gifted children in unsupportive environments frequently develop one of two response patterns. Some internalize the mismatch as evidence of their own inadequacy and reduce their ambitions to match their environment's expectations. Others maintain their self-assessment against the environmental feedback, developing resilience through the disconnect, but often at significant emotional cost. Lisa is the second type. She maintains her self-assessment. She keeps caring. She keeps trying. She keeps playing the saxophone in her room, writing the essays nobody asked for, arguing the cases nobody wants to hear. The emotional cost is evident across 36 seasons. Lisa is frequently lonely, frequently frustrated, frequently aware of the gap between the world as it is and the world as it could be. The show does not resolve this tension. Lisa does not find her tribe. She does not transcend her environment through the power of her gifts alone. She endures. She adapts. She carries her intelligence the way you carry something heavy in a world not designed to accommodate the thing you carry. This is a specific and honest depiction of a specific and real experience that affects a significant number of people. Gifted individuals in non-gifted environments. Highly educated people in communities with limited use for their education. People with unusual interests or abilities in contexts where those interests and abilities are not recognized as valuable. The show has been the representation of this experience for 36 years. Not a resolution, not an inspiration. An honest representation, which is, in some ways, more useful. The Lisa observations also extend to questions about intellectual culture in America more broadly. The anti-intellectualism that runs through American culture, the suspicion of expertise and of formal education, the preference for common sense and gut instinct over trained analytical judgment, is depicted in Springfield with considerable accuracy. Lisa's arguments are consistently right. She is right about the environment, right about politics, right about science, right about the social dynamics of Springfield's community, and she is consistently dismissed, overruled, and ignored. Not because she is wrong, but because being right is not sufficient to command authority in Springfield's social and political economy. Authority comes from other sources: economic power, social connection, familiarity, the comfort of confirmation over the discomfort of challenge. The research on how expertise is perceived in democratic societies finds that expert opinion is influential when it aligns with prior beliefs and substantially less influential when it conflicts with them. People are more likely to accept the judgment of experts they feel are like them and dismiss the judgment of experts they feel are unlike them. The social distance between the expert and the audience matters as much as the quality of the expert's judgment. Lisa is socially distant from most of Springfield. She is 8 years old, in a world governed by adults. She is brilliant in a town that is not. She is interested in things that Springfield does not value. She is a critic of a community that does not want to be criticized. All of these social distances operate simultaneously to diminish her effectiveness, not because her analysis is wrong, but because the social conditions for effective expert communication are absent. This is the reality of scientific communication in democratic societies. Climate scientists are right about climate change. The scientific consensus is overwhelming and has been for decades, and the social and political conditions for that consensus to translate into adequate policy responses are absent in ways that have nothing to do with the quality of the science and everything to do with the social and political dynamics that the show depicts through the figure of Lisa trying to tell Springfield something important and being told to sit down. The Lisa warning is perhaps the most quietly devastating in the show's entire body of work. It is not a warning about a specific event or a specific trend. It is a warning about what happens to the people who are trying to warn us. about the structural conditions that prevent accurate information from translating into protective action, about the social and political mechanisms by which the messenger is discredited so that the message can be ignored. Lisa is always right. Lisa is never heard. And Springfield keeps driving toward the cliff, cheerfully, with the radio on, because nobody in the car wants to hear from the 8-year-old in the back seat who has already calculated the stopping distance. This is the Lisa warning, and it is, of all the warnings in The Simpsons, the one that is most relevant to every other warning on this list. Because the nuclear warnings were delivered, the environmental warnings were delivered, the economic warnings were delivered, the political warnings were delivered, the health warnings were delivered by scientists, by economists, by public health researchers, by policy analysts, by journalists, by activists, by the voices that Lisa represents. And Springfield kept moving, because the structural conditions that allow accurate information to motivate protective action were insufficient, because the social and political dynamics that enable denial and delay were more powerful than the dynamics that enable response. Lisa has been trying to tell us for 36 years. The saxophone is still playing upstairs. Extended deep dive. The Simpsons and the future of democracy. Late in the night now, the deepest part of it. The hour when the thinking gets both slower and more honest. When the things you have been holding at a distance all day get a little closer. Let us spend some time with the political observations that The Simpsons has made that are most relevant to where American democracy currently stands. The show has always depicted democracy in Springfield as a performance more than a practice. Elections occur. Town halls are held. Public meetings are convened. The formal apparatus of democratic governance is present and operational, and the outcomes of these formal processes are shaped by informal dynamics of power, money, and social pressure that the formal apparatus is insufficient to resist. This tension between democratic form and democratic substance is one of the central concerns of democratic theory, and it is one that has become more acute in the United States over the past 2 decades. The concern is not that elections are being stolen in any simple sense. The concern is more structural and more interesting. It is that the conditions for meaningful democratic participation, an informed public, a media environment that supports rather than undermines informed decision-making, a campaign finance system that does not disproportionately amplify the preferences of the wealthy, a redistricting process that does not systematically disadvantage minority parties, an equal access voting system, are not being maintained. And that without these conditions, the formal machinery of democracy produces outcomes that do not accurately reflect the actual preferences of the actual population. Springfield's democracy has always worked this way. The formal machinery is present. The outcomes are shaped by Burns's money, Quimby's patronage networks, the Springfield Mafia's informal influence, the susceptibility of the population to misinformation, and the general tendency of Springfield's residents to make political decisions based on immediate emotional responses rather than careful deliberation. This is not a description of a failed democracy. It is a description of a democracy that is functioning, but functioning in ways that systematically advantage some actors over others. The formal equality of the ballot box coexists with the substantial inequality of influence that shapes what choices appear on the ballot, what information is available to voters making those choices, and what resources are available to the campaigns competing for those votes. The Simpsons has been depicting this version of democracy for 36 years. The academic research on how actually existing democracies function, as opposed to how idealized democratic theory suggests they should function, has confirmed this portrait with considerable empirical rigor. What the show has also depicted, and this is perhaps the most prescient observation in its political content, is the susceptibility of democratic systems to what we might call the Springfield drift. The gradual, incremental, mostly invisible process by which the conditions for meaningful democratic participation are eroded through the accumulation of small decisions that each seem reasonable in isolation, but that, collectively, degrade the system's capacity to produce genuine self-governance. Burns never stages a coup. He never suspends the election. He works within the system. He donates to campaigns through legal channels. He maintains relationships with politicians through the normal mechanisms of access and influence. He uses his economic leverage over the community, the jobs, the electricity, the investment, in ways that are technically outside the sphere of formal politics. He captures regulators through the normal process of industry-regulator relationship building. Every individual action is defensible. The cumulative effect is that Springfield's democracy produces outcomes consistently favorable to Burns and consistently at the expense of the community's broader interests. This is the Springfield drift, and it is, arguably, the process that the United States and many other democracies have been experiencing throughout the period in which The Simpsons has been running. Not dramatic democratic breakdown. Gradual, incremental, difficult to pinpoint erosion of the conditions that make democracy meaningful. The show offers no solution. It has never offered a solution. It depicts the dynamic, accurately and consistently, and then it moves on to the next episode, the next election cycle, which Burns will again influence. The next public meeting, which will again produce an outcome shaped by dynamics the meeting was not designed to correct. The next Quimby, who will again govern through patronage rather than through principle. The solution, if there is one, lives outside the frame of the show. It requires the audience to take what the show is depicting and to want, concretely and collectively, something better. To use the information the show has been encoding in its jokes for 36 years as motivation for the kind of sustained, serious, structural engagement with political reform that the comedy format cannot model and the characters cannot embody. That is the final request embedded in every political episode of The Simpsons, not a call to action expressed in those words. A portrait of the cost of inaction, drawn over 36 years, in full color in front of the largest possible audience. The cost is paid by everyone in Springfield. By Homer, who works for the man who destroyed his family. By Lisa, who is right about everything and heard about nothing. By Ned, who does everything correctly in a system that does not reward correctness. By Marge, whose patience is the structural support for everything else in the family, and who receives, in return, a level of security that is always slightly less than what she deserves. The cost is paid by everyone in Springfield, and Springfield is where we live. The political warnings are the most important warnings in the show's record, because all the other warnings, the nuclear ones, the environmental ones, the economic ones, the health ones, are ultimately about whether the political system functions well enough to respond to them. Whether the information that experts like Lisa are delivering can overcome the structural dynamics that prevent it from being heard. Whether democracy is capable, in practice as opposed to theory, of producing the outcomes that would protect the community from the harms that the show has been depicting since 1989? The answer, so far, is uncertain. The system has produced some protective outcomes. Environmental law exists. Public health infrastructure exists. Economic regulation exists. Some of Burns's worst impulses have been constrained by legal and regulatory frameworks that have not been entirely captured. But the tire fire is still burning. The cooling towers are still cracked. The water is still what it is. And Homer is still asleep at the console. The democracy is still running. The question is whether it is running fast enough, in the right direction, with enough of its capacity intact to get ahead of the things the show has been warning about. The Simpsons does not know the answer. It knows the question. It has been asking the question, in the form of a comedy about a yellow family in an impossible town, for 36 years. The question is still open. That is where we leave it tonight, in the open, in the uncertainty that is the honest position for everyone watching the same show, in the same world, asking the same questions. The show keeps running, the warnings keep coming, the family keeps showing up, and somewhere, in an upstairs room in a house on Evergreen Terrace, a saxophone is playing. Extended Deep Dive. The show that never sleeps. A full history of Springfield's economic cycles. There is a way of reading The Simpsons economically, season by season, that produces something genuinely remarkable. A running commentary on the American business cycle from 1989 to the present, embedded in the storylines of a cartoon family in a fictional town. The show began in a period of relative economic expansion. The late 1980s were, by most macroeconomic measures, a period of growth following the recession of the early part of the decade. The Reagan economic program had produced a recovery, one built on debt and deregulation in ways that would have long-term consequences, but a recovery nonetheless. The mood of the country was cautiously optimistic in the specific register of the late 1980s, not the broad prosperity of the post-war decades, but a sense that the economy was functioning, that jobs were available, that the American dream was accessible to those willing to work for it. The Simpsons captured this mood precisely. Homer has a job. He bought a house. He supports a family. He is not comfortable, not secure in any deep sense, but he is managing. The show begins with a family at the low end of okay, not struggling desperately, not thriving, occupying the specific economic position of the lower middle working class in a period of moderate expansion. As the 1990s progressed and the economy grew through the longest peacetime expansion in American history, the show reflected the growing national preoccupation with financial markets and the new economy. Episodes involving investment, technology companies, the stock market, and the cultural phenomenon of sudden wealth through market speculation became more frequent. Homer participated, briefly and disastrously, in every bubble that inflated during the decade. Dot-com companies, real estate, small business ventures, each participation ended in loss. Each loss was absorbed and forgotten, and Homer returned to the plant. This cycling through economic fads and returning to baseline is not just comedy, it is documentation. The experience of watching neighbors and acquaintances become briefly wealthy through market speculation, of being tempted into participation, of experiencing the specific combination of excitement and anxiety that accompanies financial risk-taking for people who cannot afford to lose, and then of watching the bubble deflate and the brief wealth disappear while the work remains. This is the documented experience of millions of ordinary Americans through every boom and bust cycle of the past 30 years. Homer's financial adventures are comedy. The underlying economics of those adventures are the experience of the American working class in a financialized economy where capital gains flow to those who already have capital and the wages of labor continue their long stagnation. The show processes each economic era through Homer's encounters with it, the late 1980s expansion, the early 1990s recession, which the show depicted through Springfield's economic anxiety and Homer's job insecurity, the mid-1990s expansion, and the dot-com enthusiasm. The early 2000s recession and post-9/11 economic disruption, the mid-2000s housing bubble and the fake prosperity it created, the 2008 financial crisis and its aftermath, the slow, uneven recovery of the 2010s, the pandemic disruption of 2020, each of these economic periods is reflected in Springfield's storylines, in the texture of Homer's working life, in the specific financial pressures that Marge manages each season. The record is remarkably consistent. Springfield's economy tracks the American economy not in its specific mechanics, which are always filtered through the Springfield idiom, but in its emotional register, the anxiety of recession, the brief euphoria of bubble prosperity, the crash, the reset, the return to the baseline of insufficient wages and adequate but precarious daily life. What the show has been documenting across this entire record is the specific experience of a household that is fundamentally disconnected from the financialized economy's windfalls. Homer participates in markets briefly and loses. The real gains in the financialized economy go to those who have enough capital to benefit from capital appreciation over time, who can weather the volatility of markets without needing to liquidate at the wrong moment, who have the financial education and the professional networks to understand what is happening and navigate it with some chance of success. Homer has none of these advantages, and as a result, every economic cycle produces the same outcome for him. A brief excursion into the possibility of financial improvement, followed by a return to the plant. The same wage, the same mortgage payment, the same slightly too thin margin between stability and crisis. This is the financialization story of the American working class. Capital gains have been the dominant driver of wealth accumulation in the United States since the 1980s. The households that have benefited most from this accumulation are those who already had significant capital. The households that have benefited least, that have in fact seen their share of national wealth decline in relative terms, are those like Homer's, labor-income households with insufficient capital to participate meaningfully in capital appreciation. The Simpsons has been depicting this story, one Homer financial misadventure at a time, for 36 years. The aggregate picture is clear. The American working class has been running on a financial treadmill, working harder, earning roughly the same in real terms, and falling further behind the capital-owning class in terms of relative wealth. Springfield knows this. Homer knows this in the way that you know something that you cannot articulate, but that shapes every financial decision you make. He buys lottery tickets. He participates in get-rich-quick schemes. He grasps at the occasional possibility of a windfall because the normal path, the reliable path, the show up and do your work and get paid path, does not lead to any destination beyond where he already is. The lottery ticket is not irrational behavior. It is rational behavior in a context where the normal path is insufficient. When the normal path does not get you to financial security, the abnormal path, however unlikely, becomes worth attempting. The expected value of a lottery ticket is negative. The expected value of a lifetime of showing up to the same job for the same wage in a town with no other options is also, in some sense, insufficient. The lottery ticket at least offers the possibility of a different outcome. This is the behavioral economics of working-class financial decisions in a stagnant wage environment. It is also the behavior of Homer Simpson, week after week, season after season, for 36 years. The show did not set out to document the financialization of the American economy and its effects on working-class households. It set out to make a funny show about a family. But by making a funny show about a family, and by making it for 36 years, it produced a longitudinal record of exactly those dynamics. The comedy is the vehicle. The economic history is the cargo. Now, let us think about Springfield's relationship with austerity. Because the show has depicted, across multiple story arcs, the specific politics of public budget cuts, and the ways those cuts affect communities like Springfield. Springfield Elementary receives inadequate funding in essentially every season of the show. The school's budget is always being cut further. Programs are eliminated, teachers are overworked, the physical infrastructure of the school is deteriorating. The quality of education that Bart, Lisa, and eventually Maggie receive is shaped by these resource constraints in ways that the show acknowledges honestly. This is a portrait of public school underfunding that is accurate to the actual condition of American public education across the period of the show's run. Per-pupil spending in American public schools has varied enormously by district wealth, creating conditions where children from affluent families attend well-funded schools with comprehensive programs, and those from less affluent families attend schools like Springfield Elementary. The basics covered, the extras systematically absent. The political economy of school funding in the United States, where local property taxes provide a significant share of school revenue, means that property wealth directly translates into educational resources. Communities with high property values fund better schools. Communities with low property values fund worse schools. The consequence is that the children who most need educational investment to overcome the disadvantages of their background are systematically provided with less of it. The Simpsons does not make this argument explicitly. It simply shows you Springfield Elementary and lets you watch what the resource constraints do to the children who attend it. The children are smart. The teachers are, some of them, genuinely good at their work. The constraints are real. And the outcomes are what they are. Bart struggles, Lisa thrives despite rather than because of the school's offerings, and the town of Springfield produces another generation of people whose potential is shaped, in part, by the inadequacy of the educational investment made in them. The austerity observations extend beyond schools. Springfield's public infrastructure is uniformly inadequate. The roads are poorly maintained. The municipal services are underfunded. The public health capacity, as demonstrated in the pandemic episode, is insufficient for any significant demand. The police force is a comedy of incompetence. The fire department, in at least one episode, is only available to paying subscribers. The fire department episode is one of the show's more pointed political observations. Springfield has privatized its fire department. Fire protection is a service that must be purchased in advance, and when Homer calls the fire department for a fire he has not subscribed to be protected from, they decline to respond. The episode plays this as absurdist comedy. The logic of privatizing essential municipal services and restricting them to paying customers is the underlying observation. The privatization of public services, the application of market logic to goods traditionally provided as public services, on the basis that they are necessary for everyone and therefore should not be rationed by ability to pay, has been a persistent policy debate in the United States for 4 decades. Water privatization, prison privatization, school privatization through voucher programs, the spectrum of services that have been converted from public provision to market provision during this period is extensive. The fire department episode makes the implicit logic explicit. If market provision of essential services is the model, and if those services are rationed by ability to pay, then people who cannot afford to pay do not receive the service. This is a feature of the market model, not a bug. The market model does not guarantee service to all. It guarantees service to those who can pay. Springfield, by privatizing its fire department, is simply applying market logic to a domain where market logic produces outcomes that most people, upon reflection, find unacceptable. The comedy of the episode is the gap between the logic's formal validity and its moral unacceptability. The political debates about which public services should be subject to market logic and where the boundaries of acceptable market provision should be drawn have not been resolved in the 30 years since the episode aired. They have intensified, and the Springfield Fire Department is waiting in the archive, a single perfect joke that encodes the full spectrum of the debate in a way that no policy paper has managed to match for accessibility and clarity. The economic warnings in The Simpsons, taken together, are a 36-year argument that the specific configuration of American capitalism that has developed over this period, characterized by wage stagnation, increasing wealth inequality, the financialization of the economy, the retreat of public investment in communities and their children, and the replacement of public services with market provision, is not producing the outcomes that the American dream promised. The argument is made in the form of Homer's modest salary and maxed credit card, in the form of Springfield Elementary's crumbling ceiling tiles, in the form of the mayor who cannot find the budget to fix the roads, in the form of the fire department that let the house burn because Homer did not subscribe. It is not a radical argument in any ideological sense. It is an accurate description of conditions. The conditions are the argument, and the conditions have been on screen, in Springfield, available to anyone watching, for 36 years. Extended deep dive. Bart Simpson and the failure of the male working-class archetype. There is a story that American culture has been trying to tell about boys like Bart for a very long time. The story has different versions, but the core is consistent. The misfit boy, the one who does not fit the school's expectations, who rebels against authority, who has energy and creativity that the system cannot contain, ultimately finds his place. Through sports or through a trade or through sheer force of personality, the system that rejected him eventually recognizes something valuable in him and he takes his place in the world. The Simpsons has been telling the alternative version of this story for 36 years. The version where the misfit boy does not find his place, where the energy and creativity remain, season after season, insufficiently channeled and insufficiently developed. Where the rebellion continues not because it is righteous, but because the alternative, the acceptance of a world that does not have a good use for what he is worse than the rebellion. Bart Simpson is 10 years old. He has been 10 years old for 36 years. He cannot leave. He cannot grow. He cannot resolve the narrative tension of his situation by moving past it into an adulthood where the question of what to do with a boy like Bart gets answered. The permanent stasis is, in this reading, the most honest thing the show could do with Bart. Because for millions of real boys like Bart, the question does not get cleanly answered either. Not in childhood. Not always in adulthood. The research on what happens to boys who do not fit the academic expectations of conventional schooling finds a mixed picture. Some of them develop alternative paths to flourishing, vocational training, entrepreneurship, work environments that reward the qualities that academic settings punish. Some of them struggle into adulthood with insufficient credentials, insufficient skills for the knowledge economy, and insufficient structural support for the kind of practical intelligence they possess. The American education system has become, over the period of The Simpsons' run, increasingly standardized, increasingly focused on measurable academic outcomes, and increasingly inhospitable to the kind of learning that suits students like Bart, hands-on, kinetic, social, creative, in ways that do not express themselves through academic performance metrics. The emphasis on college preparation has intensified in ways that have, arguably, made the system less able to serve the students it cannot prepare for college. Bart is not unintelligent. The show has made clear in multiple episodes that Bart has genuine capabilities, social intelligence, practical problem solving, the ability to navigate complex social situations, leadership capacity in the context of his peer group. These are real capabilities. They are not the capabilities that Springfield Elementary is designed to develop or reward, and so they remain undeveloped, expressed primarily through pranks and rebellion, because the system around Bart has not found a way to harness them. The consequence for real boys in Bart's position is documented in the research on male educational outcomes. Boys are falling behind girls in educational attainment at every level of the American educational system, a trend that has been accelerating since the 1980s. The gap is most pronounced for boys from working class and lower income backgrounds. The causes are multiple and debated, but a significant factor is the mismatch between the pedagogical approaches that have come to dominate American schooling and the learning styles and motivations of many boys, particularly those from backgrounds where the academic pathway is not strongly modeled. Bart's 10-year stasis is the comedic exaggeration of a real stasis that affects a significant number of young men. The failure to develop a viable path through an educational system that cannot accommodate who they are, followed by entry into an adult world with insufficient credentials and insufficient development for the knowledge economy, and a resulting economic position that is structurally precarious in ways that compound across their lives. The show does not resolve Bart's situation because Bart's situation does not resolve cleanly. The male working-class educational crisis is not a problem that The Simpsons can fix or that any single reform can fix. It is a structural problem that requires structural responses. And the structural responses require the kind of sustained political attention and public investment that, in Springfield as in the United States, are consistently subordinated to other priorities. Bart is still 10. He is still at Springfield Elementary. He is still having adventures that display real capability and still failing to develop that capability in ways that would serve him in adulthood. The comedy of his situation is inseparable from its tragedy, and both are inseparable from the real-world situation of the boys and young men who Bart represents. The show did not set out to be a warning about the male working-class educational crisis. It set out to create a funny, lovable troublemaker for an animated family. But it created that character and let him live in that situation for 36 years. And in doing so, it produced a sustained portrait of the situation's costs that is more accessible and more emotionally resonant than any policy paper on the subject. Bart is loved by his family, by the audience. His rebellion is celebrated. His energy is infectious. And none of that love or celebration or infectious energy has found him a place in the world that matches what he has to offer. That is the Bart warning. And it is, in its quiet way, one of the most important warnings the show has delivered. Because the question of what a society does with the Barts, the boys who do not fit the educational template, and who emerge from adolescence without the credentials and the development to participate fully in the knowledge economy, is one of the most consequential questions of the 21st century. And it is a question that Springfield has been posing, in the form of a 10-year-old boy in a red shirt and blue shorts, for 36 years. Extended deep dive. The long game. What the show understood about time. 36 years is a long time. It is longer than many of the people currently watching the show have been alive. It is longer than most marriages, longer than most careers, longer than the entire run of every other animated series that has ever tried to sustain itself in American primetime television. And the show has used all of that time, not just to accumulate episodes, but to do something that a shorter-lived show cannot do. To depict the long arc of cultural and social change in a way that requires duration to reveal itself. The predictions feel more impressive in retrospect, partly because of the duration. A prediction made in 1990 that comes true in 2020 has 30 years of cultural distance between it and its confirmation. A prediction made in 1990 that comes true in 1992 would be impressive but not remarkable. The duration is part of what makes The Simpsons' predictions feel different from ordinary satire. The show has been running long enough for its observations to be confirmed by events that are themselves decades old. But the duration is also what makes the show's sociological observations most valuable. Because the most important social and economic changes in the United States over the past 40 years are changes that happen slowly, incrementally, without any single dramatic moment of transformation. They are the accumulation of thousands of small decisions, small shifts, small adjustments in the incentive structures and the institutional arrangements that shape how people live. Wage stagnation does not happen in a moment. It happens gradually, year by year, quarter by quarter, as wages fail to keep up with productivity. And because it happens gradually, it is difficult to see in the moment. You have to stand back from it, look at the full arc, see the whole trajectory to understand what has happened. The Simpsons, running for 36 years, provides exactly this perspective. You can see Homer's wage, approximately constant in real terms, across the entire run of the show. You can see the cost of the family's life, rising in ways that Homer's wage does not fully cover. You can see the mortgage, the car payment, the groceries, all of them pressing against a budget that has not grown enough to accommodate them comfortably. You can see the same thing in Springfield's schools, in its infrastructure, in the quality of its public services. The erosion is gradual. Season by season, the school is a little more underfunded, the roads a little more neglected, the public services a little more strained. No single episode captures the full magnitude of the decline. The full magnitude is only visible across the whole arc. This is how real social decline works. It is not dramatic. It does not have a clear starting point or a clear turning point. It is a gradual drift, a slow accumulation of small deteriorations, each one manageable in isolation and collectively constituting a transformation. The Simpsons has been documenting this drift for 36 years. The show itself is the evidence, not any single episode, the whole arc. The fact that nobody in Springfield ages, the floating timeline that the show's defenders describe as a production convention, takes on a different significance when you consider it alongside this gradual drift. Springfield is drifting. The conditions are changing, but the people are not changing. They are the same people they were at the beginning, experiencing a world that has gradually become more constrained, more precarious, more thoroughly shaped by the dynamics of power and money that the show has been depicting all along. This is, perhaps, the most honest thing the show could have done. If the characters had aged, if the children had grown up, the show would have had to resolve the question of what becomes of them. Whether Lisa finds her place, whether Bart finds his, whether Homer's grandchildren have a better or a worse version of the life he has lived, the show does not answer these questions because the real world has not answered them yet. The trajectory is still in progress. The slow drift of American working-class life is still drifting. The tire fire is still burning, the cooling towers are still cracked, the fish still has 3 eyes, and the family is still there. Still on Evergreen Terrace? Still intact, still showing up. Because that is what families do, when everything else is in question, when the world is not what the dream promised. They show up, they stay together. They find the small joys inside the larger constraints. They love each other across the kitchen table and the living room couch, in the house they cannot quite afford but are refusing to lose, in the town that is slowly poisoning them that they cannot afford to leave. That is the longest and most patient warning of all. The warning that is not about any specific event or any specific trend. The warning that is about the accumulated weight of 36 years of small deteriorations, small betrayals of the promise, small confirmations that the dream is not for everyone, and small acts of love and stubbornness and humor that keep the family together anyway. The Simpsons has been that warning for 36 years, and the family is still there, and the warning is still running, and somewhere in an upstairs room, the saxophone is still playing. Good night from Springfield. The lights are on, the family is home, the loop keeps going, and it always will. Extended deep dive, the complete prediction record season by season, episode by episode. This is the full inventory. The comprehensive, unhurried going through of everything, every season, every prediction worth noting, every warning that has been confirmed, partially confirmed, or that is still waiting. For those of you who are drifting in and out of sleep right now, this section is designed for you specifically. It is methodical, it is patient, it covers enormous ground without urgency. Let the details pass over you. Notice the ones that catch your attention and let the others flow past like water. You do not need to remember any of this. The archive will hold it. Season 1, 1989 to 1990. The show establishes the basic premise: working-class family, nuclear plant, incompetent safety inspector, corrupt billionaire employer, brilliant ignored child, rebellious son, silent infant genius. Every one of these character and setting choices is, as we have established, a structural observation about American working-class life and industrial capitalism. The predictions are all latent in the premise itself. The first season also establishes the show's relationship with celebrity culture. Multiple guest appearances by public figures playing either themselves or heightened versions of themselves. The celebrity guest as a structural feature of the show, which would later contribute to the appearance of prediction when celebrities who appeared in episodes were later associated with real-world events, begins here. Season 2, 1990 to 1991. Blinky the Three-Eyed Fish. The first major confirmed environmental observation. The three-eyed fish is pulled from the river near the nuclear plant. The episode engages with the entire dynamic of industrial contamination, public outrage, political response, and community amnesia. Burns is forced to defend the safety of the fish. He eats it on television. The town accepts his performance of safety and moves on. The nuclear plant's relationship with the surrounding environment, specifically the contamination of local waterways, is established as a permanent feature of the show's universe. This will be confirmed in various forms by real-world nuclear facility contamination events throughout the show's run. Also in Season 2, the first major healthcare satire. Homer's navigation of a healthcare system designed to maximize insurance company revenue rather than patient outcomes. The specific comedy of a system that provides care in inverse proportion to need, that is most helpful to the healthy and least helpful to the sick, is established. Season 3, 1991 to 1992. The show's first engagement with electoral politics as a substantive subject. Springfield holds local elections. The dynamics of campaign financing, candidate selection, and the relationship between political messaging and underlying policy substance are depicted with the kind of accuracy that would become a signature of the show's political observations. The first major Burns as villain episode in which Burns deploys his economic resources to influence a political outcome directly. The structural observation. Wealth translates to political power through mechanisms that are informal but highly effective. This dynamic will be repeated across the show's entire run. Also in Season 3, the first significant episode about Springfield's school system and its resource constraints. Springfield Elementary's underfunding is established as a structural feature of the show's universe, not a temporary crisis to be resolved, but a permanent condition that shapes the educational experience of every child in the show. Season 4, 1992 to 1993. The Homer Coma episode. The episode that is, within the fan theory framework, the pivot point of the show's entire narrative structure. Whether or not the coma theory is true within the show's diegetic universe, the episode establishes a formal breakpoint in the show's tonal trajectory. After Season 4, the show becomes progressively more surreal, more given to the kind of fantastical storylines that would not have fit the more grounded register of the early seasons. The God Conversation episode, which precedes the coma episode and predicts it within the coma theory framework, is also in Season 4. Homer has a direct conversation with God, in which God implies that Homer's time is coming. The theological implications of this conversation, in a show that would shortly afterwards depict Homer entering a clinical coma, are left entirely to the audience. Season 4 is also the season of Marge in Chains, the pandemic episode. The structural pandemic prediction, respiratory illness originating in Asia, spreading through travel, overwhelming local healthcare capacity, triggering panic buying, driving misinformation, producing desperate search for unverified cures. All confirmed in 2020. Season 5, 1993 to 1994. Homer Simpson goes to college. The show's first extended engagement with higher education. The mismatch between Homer's background and preparation and the expectations of formal academic environments. The class dynamics of educational institutions, the way universities function as social sorting mechanisms in addition to as educational ones. The show also begins in this season its long engagement with corporate culture and the specific pathologies of large bureaucratic organizations. Homer's workplace dynamics, the dysfunction of the plant as an organization, the way institutional cultures persist regardless of the quality of the individuals within them, are explored in multiple episodes. Season 6, 1994 to 1995. The Bard of Darkness episode. The show's first extended engagement with the dynamics of community surveillance, the way neighbors monitor each other, the way suspicion spreads through a community, the way apparent evidence of wrongdoing can be misread and can produce community responses disproportionate to the actual situation. The Springfield Files groundwork is laid in this season through the accumulating weirdness of Springfield's environment. Burns glows. The plant has effects on the local ecosystem that are increasingly visible. The community's capacity to absorb and normalize the abnormal continues to expand. Also in Season 6, The Who Shot Mr. Burns? Part 1, Cliffhanger, the first genuine interactive mystery event in animated television history. The engagement mechanics that this episode pioneered, the invitation to audience participation in solving a narrative mystery, would become standard features of prestige television storytelling in the streaming era, decades after The Simpsons invented them. Season 7, 1995 to 1996. The Who Shot Mr. Burns? Resolution. The community's processing of a violent event against a powerful figure, the investigation, the deflection to a scapegoat, the ultimate resolution that protects the community's comfortable version of events rather than pursuing full accountability. A structural prediction of how communities and institutions process accountability for powerful figures. Mother Simpson. The revelations about Burns's role in Homer's family history, the 3 generations of Simpsons shaped by one billionaire's grudge and one family's inability to resist his structural power. The most complete statement of the show's central argument, that concentrated power leaves marks on ordinary families that persist across generations. Season 8, 1996 to 1997. The Springfield Files episode, Burns's weekly medical treatments. The revelation that the alien in the woods is Burns, transformed by radiation therapy into something that glows in the dark and moves through the forest in a dazed, euphoric state after each treatment. The community's inability to connect what they see with the obvious explanation, that the nearest nuclear facility is affecting the biological systems of everyone in its vicinity, up to and including its billionaire owner. Homer Palooza. The music festival episode, Cypress Hill and the London Symphony Orchestra. The prediction confirmed 28 years later. Season 9, 1997 to 1998. The Principal and the Pauper. The Armin Tamzarian episode. The episode that made the show's collective denial mechanisms explicit. A community formally votes to reject the truth and embrace the comfortable fiction. The legal system formalizes the decision. The messenger of truth is exiled. The community resumes its preferred version of reality. The show's structural claim, Springfield's amnesia, is not a bug. It is a feature. It is an intentional, collective, formally organized defense mechanism against the uncomfortable truth of Springfield's situation. Season 10, 1998 to 1999. The Disney-Fox parody, the 1998 episode in which a fictional corporate entity absorbs Fox. Confirmed 21 years later in the actual Disney-Fox acquisition. The Higgs boson equation episode, David X. Cohen's mathematical prediction of the Higgs boson mass. Confirmed by CERN in 2012. The Taurus universe episode, Homer's donut cosmology. Consistent with toroidal universe cosmological theories developed in subsequent years. Season 11, 1999 to 2000. Bart to the Future. The Trump presidency prediction. Lisa as the first female president inheriting financial ruin from her predecessor, identified as Donald Trump, confirmed in 2016. The show also in this season makes its first sustained engagement with online culture and its effects on social interaction. The internet as a replacement for, rather than an augmentation of face-to-face community. The emergence of online social dynamics that mirror and amplify the worst tendencies of offline social dynamics. All of this confirmed by the subsequent 20 years of internet history, Season 12 through Season 16. These seasons mark the period that many fans identify as the transition from the show's golden era to its long tail. The predictions and warnings during this period become less concentrated in specific episodes and more distributed through the general background texture of Springfield's life. The show during these seasons depicts the post-dot-com economic landscape, the faded enthusiasm for the new economy, the return to the fundamentals of labor income and the limits of what it can purchase, The specific anxiety of a working-class family whose situation has not improved despite the promises of the expansion years. Homer's job remains the job he has always had. Marge's budget remains stretched. Lisa's school remains underfunded. The cooling towers remain cracked. The three-eyed fish is still in the river. Nothing has been resolved. Nothing has improved in any fundamental way. The loop continues. The specific episodes of these seasons that merit the most attention are those that engage with media culture, with the transformation of the information environment, and with the emerging dynamics of what would later be called social media, the viral spread of information, the way emotional content travels faster than factual content, the way community dynamics play out in mediated environments. Season 17 through Season 22, the iPhone era. The show begins depicting smartphones as a natural part of Springfield's landscape. The specific ways that device use changes social interaction, the head-down posture at the dinner table, the divided attention, the availability to communication as a source of both connection and distraction. The financial crisis enters the show's background during these seasons. Springfield experiences the generic form of what the United States is experiencing in specific form: the housing anxiety, the debt burden, the specific flavor of economic precariousness that characterizes the post-2008 landscape. The show also during these seasons makes its most sustained engagement with the transformation of American retail, specifically the arrival of big box retail and its effects on the small business ecosystem of communities like Springfield. The specific shops of Springfield's Main Street disappear, replaced by the uniformity of national chains. The Moe's Tavern, which represents a kind of community institution that is economically fragile in the new retail environment, survives not because the economics support it, but because the show needs it. Season 23 through Season 28. The social media era fully arrives in Springfield storylines. The specific dynamics of social media as a community communication platform, the viral outrage cycle, the pile-on, the way private behavior becomes public spectacle, the parasocial relationships that develop between followers and public figures, the way platform dynamics shape what content is produced and what content is rewarded. Multiple episodes during these seasons engage with the political transformation that social media is enabling, the way it amplifies extreme voices at the expense of moderate ones, the way it facilitates the organization of communities around identity rather than geography, the way it changes the information environment in which political decisions are made. The show, also during these seasons, begins its engagement with the specific anxieties of late career workers in a changing economy. Homer's awareness that his skills may become obsolete, that the plant may be automated, that the certainty of the job for life that his generation was promised is less certain than it appeared. Season 29 through Season 33. These are the seasons that the show produced in the years immediately before, during, and after the pandemic. The pre-pandemic seasons engage with the specific anxieties of the late 2010s. Political polarization, the transformation of media, the concentration of economic power, the experience of institutional distrust. The pandemic seasons are notable for how quickly the show processed the experience. Episodes engaging with lockdown, with remote work, with the specific social dynamics of a community physically separated from itself, appeared within months of the actual pandemic. The show's capacity to process real-time events quickly and translate them into Springfield idiom, honed over 30 years, was on full display. The post-pandemic seasons engage with the transformation of work, the renegotiation of the labor market, the shift in workers' expectations, the specific questions about what work means and what it should provide that the pandemic's disruption made urgent. Season 34 through Season 36. The most recent seasons, the seasons being produced right now, as this script is being written, in a world that has changed more rapidly in the past 5 years than in the preceding 20. Artificial intelligence has arrived in Springfield's storylines. The specific anxieties about AI and creative work, about AI and employment, about what it means for the nature of human activity when machines can do things that were previously exclusively human, are being processed by the show's writers and translated into Springfield comedy. Climate change has moved from background concern to foreground reality in the show's storytelling. The environmental warnings that began with Blinky in 1990 have escalated, reflecting the escalation of the real-world climate situation. Springfield's environment, always already degraded, is depicted in the most recent seasons as subject to the additional pressures of climate change. More extreme weather, more environmental instability, a world whose baseline is shifting. The political landscape continues to evolve in ways the show depicts with its characteristic accuracy. The specific dynamics of populism, of institutional distrust, of the transformation of democratic norms are present in the most recent seasons in ways that will look, in retrospect, like documentation of the early 2020s. And somewhere in the archive of these most recent seasons are the predictions that have not yet been confirmed. The specific jokes and observations that are accurate to the present, but whose confirmation will come later. In 2027, in 2030, in 2040. The clips that will go viral when the world finally catches up to them. The moments that are sitting in the archive right now, patient and accurate, waiting. That is the nature of the record. It does not stop accumulating. The show is still running. The archive is still growing. And the predictions are still being made by writers who are still paying attention, who are still doing the work of translating their observations about the present into the Springfield idiom, who are still building the jokes that will eventually look like prophecy. The show has been here before. It will be here again. Springfield endures. The family endures. The tire fire burns. The loop continues. And somewhere in the archive, something is waiting to come true. Sleep well. The show goes on. Final reflection. What 36 years of watching actually means. If you have been with us this entire time, if you have followed the full arc from the first prediction to the last warning to the season-by-season inventory, then you have done something that almost nobody does deliberately. You have sat with the full weight of a single cultural object and really thought about what it contains. The Simpsons is not a short experience. 800 episodes, 36 seasons. If you watched every episode back to back, it would take you the better part of 2 weeks of continuous viewing. It is, in terms of pure duration, one of the largest single creative works in the history of American entertainment. And what that duration contains, what we have been unpacking across the past several hours, is not a random collection of jokes and stories. It is a sustained, disciplined, coherent body of observation about a specific country at a specific moment in its history. The United States from 1989 to the present, seen from the inside, from the perspective of a working-class family trying to hold together in conditions that are not designed to support them. The observations are not neutral. They have a point of view. The point of view is sympathetic to working people and skeptical of concentrated power. It is warm toward ordinary human beings trying to live decent lives and cool toward the systems and institutions that make those lives harder than they need to be. It is honest about the costs of the American dream and honest about the reasons people pursue it anyway. This point of view has been consistent across 36 years. Different writers, different showrunners, different cultural moments, different targets of satire, but the fundamental orientation has remained. The family is worth defending. The powerful are worth questioning. The town is worth loving even as it is worth criticizing. And the truth, even when it is uncomfortable, is worth telling. That consistency is, perhaps, the show's greatest achievement. It is harder to maintain a consistent point of view across 36 years than across 3. The culture changes. The personnel changes, the targets change, the relevant issues change. Maintaining a coherent perspective through all of that change requires something more than craft. It requires genuine conviction about what matters and why. The people who have made The Simpsons have that conviction. It comes through in every episode that actually works, in every joke that lands because it is true rather than just because it is clever, in every moment where Homer's love for his family or Lisa's love for the world breaks through the comedy and reminds you that this show is about something real. The predictions are the evidence of that conviction. They are the traces left by people who looked at the world carefully, thought about what they saw honestly, and then wrote it down in the only form available to them, the form of a cartoon about a yellow family in an impossible town. The warnings are the same evidence. Every three-eyed fish, every cracked cooling tower, every Marge balancing the budget at the kitchen table, every Lisa trying to care about something in a town that has decided caring is too expensive. The conviction is there. It has always been there. And across 36 years, It has produced something that no one specifically intended to produce, the most comprehensive, popular cultural record of American life in the period of its greatest transformation. This is what The Simpsons actually is. Not just a comedy, not just a cartoon, a record, an archive. A 36-year document of what it was like to live in the United States during the period when the promises made by the post-war settlement were tested and found wanting, when the working class that Homer represents watched the dream become more distant year by year, when the institutions that were supposed to protect them became captured, when the environment that was supposed to sustain them became compromised. The record is there. It has always been there. And now you know what it contains. Sleep well. The archive is safe. The family is still together. The light is still on at 742 Evergreen Terrace. And somewhere in Springfield, in the deep quiet of the night, a saxophone is playing. It was always playing. It will always be playing. Good night. A final note on confirmation bias and why it does not explain everything. Before we fully close the archive tonight, there is one honest caveat that deserves its own space. Because the credibility of everything we have discussed depends on being clear about this. Confirmation bias is real. It shapes how we perceive The Simpsons predictions, just as it shapes how we perceive almost everything. We remember the times the show was accurate. We forget the times it was not. When the clip goes viral, it is because the match between the episode and the real-world event is close enough to be striking. The hundreds of episodes that made observations that never materialized as real events do not go viral. They sit in the archive, unremarked upon, not because they were bad observations, but because the world went a different direction. This is important to hold. The prediction record is impressive. It is not perfect. The show made thousands of observations about where the world was heading, and many of those observations were wrong. Technology that the show imagined has not arrived. Political trajectories it depicted reversed themselves. Economic conditions it predicted did not materialize. Cultural shifts it anticipated went elsewhere. The show's accuracy rate is not 100%. It is not even close to 100%. It is, by any honest accounting, probably not much above the base rate you would expect from a very smart group of people, making a very large number of observations about the direction of American culture over a very long period of time. What the confirmation bias does is make the hits visible and the misses invisible. It creates the impression of a perfect record from a record that is merely impressive. And that impression, however compelling it feels, should be held carefully. This matters not because it diminishes the show's achievement, which is genuine and significant. It matters because the honest version of the show's achievement is actually more interesting than the supernatural version. The supernatural version, the show as oracle, the writers as prophets, requires you to accept something that defies rational explanation. The honest version requires you to accept something more difficult. That careful, sustained, disciplined attention to the real world, applied over decades by brilliant people in the best creative environment in the history of American television, produces something that looks like prophecy because it is actually something better. It is genuine, earned, hard-won clarity about how the world works and where it is heading. That clarity is available to anyone who pays attention. The Simpsons writers had it in concentrated form because their circumstances, the resources of a major television network, the freedom of the comedy format, the extraordinary talent in the writer's room, allowed them to develop and sustain it over an unprecedented period of time. But the clarity itself is not magical. It is the product of the same thing that produces any genuine understanding: looking carefully, thinking honestly, being willing to follow the observation wherever it leads, even when the destination is uncomfortable. The predictions are real. The warnings are real. The confirmation bias is also real. All three things are true simultaneously. And holding all three true is more honest and ultimately more useful than choosing any two and ignoring the third. Springfield is not magic. The writers are not prophets. The predictions are not supernatural. They are the result of people paying attention, which is something all of us can do. That is the last thing worth saying. On this long night in Springfield, not that the show has special powers, but that paying attention has power. That looking at the world clearly and describing what you see honestly has consequences. That the record of clear observation, accumulated over time, becomes something that looks like wisdom because it is wisdom. The Simpsons earned its reputation. Not through luck, through work. Through 36 years of caring enough to look and honest enough to say what they saw. The warnings are real. The archive is open. The saxophone is playing. Good night. One last thing. There is a version of this script that could run another 40,000 words. The Simpsons has enough in it. 36 seasons of material, 800 episodes, thousands of jokes that are also observations, hundreds of specific moments that have found confirmation in the real world, dozens of deeper structural observations that form the backbone of everything else. We have covered the most important parts tonight: the nuclear warnings and the environmental predictions, the economic observations and the political insights, the healthcare prophecies and the technology forecasts, the cultural decay observations and the family-level truths about class and aspiration, and what it actually costs to hold a working-class American family together in conditions that were not designed for success. We have been honest about what the show does and does not predict. We have been honest about confirmation bias. We have been honest about the fact that the writers are brilliant but not supernatural, that the accuracy is impressive but not perfect, that the record is valuable precisely because it is earned rather than given. And we have spent a long time in Springfield tonight, in the town that does not appear on any map, in the house on Evergreen Terrace where the lights are always on, with the family that never ages and never gives up and never quite gets to where they are trying to go. That family is still there, every Sunday night, or on a streaming service any night you choose, still intact, still together. Still arguing at the dinner table and falling asleep on the couch and showing up for each other in the small ways that actually matter. The predictions will keep coming, the warnings will keep running. The show will keep documenting whatever this country is and wherever it is going. And we will keep watching, because that is what we do. We go to Springfield when the world is too much. We find the family on Evergreen Terrace. And we remember that even in a contaminated town with a corrupt billionaire and a nuclear plant and a tire fire that never goes out, love is sufficient reason to keep showing up. The saxophone is still playing upstairs. It always will be.